Good evening and welcome to the May 5th meeting of the Kingman County Council. May I have a call to order, please, and roll call.
Mayor Anderson.
Present.
Vice Mayor Wimpy.
Here.
Councilmember Abram.
Here.
Councilmember Carver.
McKee.
Councilmember Miles.
Here.
Councilmember Yocum.
Here.
Councilmember Young. Here. We have a quorum.
The invocation this evening will be given by John Poole of Praise Chapel, and following that, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance and be led by Councilman Carver.
Heavenly Father, we come before you right now, and Lord, we turn this time into your hands. Lord, we recognize your sovereign authority over the affairs of men. We ask that you would be with our mayor, our city council, and all of the citizens of Kingman that are represented in this room. We pray for your wisdom and your peace. We pray good decisions be made today as we go forward to prosper Kingman, Arizona. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our nation's flag. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're going to start this evening's meeting with the approval of 3 sets of minutes, starting with the April 7th regular and executive session meeting. Have you had a chance to review them?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve the session meeting of April 7th.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Abram and a second by Councilwoman Miles. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The work session minutes of April 13th, 2015.
I move that we approve the work session minutes of April 13, 2015.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the work session minutes of both April 13 and 21. Are there any comments?
Mayor Anderson, I'll have to abstain as I wasn't able to meet or attend the entire meeting.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion's passed. Next item of business are 2 proclamations. And we'll see which one pops up first here. We did both of them.
Oh, at the same time?
Mm-hmm. I have a proclamation for the VFW Buddy Poppy Days. Proclamation, whereas the annual sale of Buddy Poppies by the Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States has been officially recognized and endorsed by governmental leaders since 1922. And VFW Buddy Poppies are assembled by disabled veterans, and the proceeds of this worthy fundraising campaign are used exclusively for the benefit of disabled and needy veterans and the widows and orphans of deceased veterans. And whereas the basic purpose of the annual distribution of Buddy Poppies by the Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 10386 is eloquently reflected in the desire to honor the dead by helping the living. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Richard Anderson, Mayor of the City of Kingman, Arizona, do hereby urge citizens of this community to recognize the merits of this cause by contributing generously to its support through the purchase of Buddy Poppies on the days set aside for the distribution of these symbols of appreciation for the sacrifices of our honored dead, those days being May 22, May 23, 2015, as VFW Buddy Poppy Days. Furthermore, I urge all patriotic citizens to wear a Buddy Poppy as mute evidence of our gratitude to the men and women of this country who have risked their lives in defense of the freedoms which we continue to enjoy as American citizens. In witness thereof, I have hereto set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Kingman, Arizona, to be affixed this, the 5th day of May, 2015.
Mr. Mayor, before you move forward with the next proclamation, I think on the approval of minutes, the motion was only to approve item B, the work session, and not the item C, which was the regular meeting minutes. I think that kind of got blended there by mistake.
Okay, I apologized. I thought I heard both. We'll go back to that item, and the motion was to approve the minutes of April 13th, 2015, and Councilman Abrams recused himself since he was not at the whole meeting. So therefore, we will revote on item B, the work session minutes of April 21st, 2015. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. The third set of meeting will be the regular meeting minutes of April 21st, 2015.
Mayor, I move that we approve the regular meeting minutes of April 21, 2015.
I have a motion by Councilwoman Miles and a second by Vice Mayor Wempe. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. The second proclamation I have is to Goodwill Industries. Whereas Goodwill Industries holds a unique position in the social framework of Kingman and Northern Arizona, and whereas Goodwill has successfully combined a mission of putting people to work through job creation, workforce development, and supportive services with sound business practices, working with public institutions, business and industry to provide employment, and training opportunities for people with disabilities and other barriers to employment. And whereas most people with disabilities and other barriers to employment want to work and lack only training skills and the opportunity to prove themselves in the workplace. And whereas Goodwill's Job Connection provide these essential workforce development services to many of our citizens, while also providing public institutions and businesses with a source for a pre-screened, qualified workforce. And whereas helping people with disabilities and other barriers to employment achieve personnel independence and self-sufficiency is a goal worthy of everyone's support. And whereas Goodwill Industries of Northern Arizona is celebrating its 52nd anniversary in Northern Arizona during Goodwill Industries Week, 3 through 9 May 2015. Now therefore, I, Richard Anderson, Mayor of the City of Kingman, Arizona, do hereby proclaim May 3 through May 9, 2015 as Goodwill Industries Week in Kingman and Northern Arizona, and urge all citizens to give recognition to and support for the efforts of this important community-based organization by finding out what a little goodwill can do for them. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Kingman, Arizona, to be affixed this, the 5th day of May, 2015. Pardon? I understand that Goodwill Industries is here, and if their representative would please come forward, I would love to provide this to you personally. Okay, moving on to item 3, the call to the public. Comments from the public. Those wishing to address the council should fill out request forms in advance. Action taken as a result of public comments will be limited to direct staffing to study the matter or rescheduling the matter for consideration and decision at a later time. Comments from the public will be restricted to items not on the agenda, with the exception of those on the consent agenda. There will be no comments allowed that advertise for a particular person or group. Comments should be limited to no longer than 3 minutes. And I have one request, Carol Decker-Noli, that's DECKER-NOLI.
Good evening. My name is Carol Decker-Noli, and I live on Oak Street in the city of Kingman. Mayor Anderson, why are you telling residents outside the city that they will be able to vote on the issue of the Kingman General Plan, as is stated in the flyer being distributed around town? They were never allowed to vote on city issues in any election, but you are going to let them vote on this very important issue coming before you in the council tonight? What kind of backstreet politics are you attempting to do to get your own way on the issue of the general plan? Only voters of Kingman were allowed to cast a ballot on this issue that was voted on in the last election of November 4th, 2014. Who gave you the authority to change election laws? Those outside the city limits have 2 county supervisors who are their representatives. You, Mayor Anderson, are supposed to be the mayor of the residents of the city of Kingman. Do your job. Mayor Anderson, if the vote I cast for the general plan just 6 months ago can be circumvented, what about the vote I cast for you?
Are there any other people that would like to address the council? If not, we're going to move on to please come on down.
Arlene Potash, resident of Kingman and an Ohio attorney. I don't know if there was a special time for us to address the Kingman Crossing issue, or now is good, so.
This is for a public comment. The discussion on Kingman Crossing will be later.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Bob Hare, and I live in Kingman. I'd like to meet with the city council or with you guys about this so-called chip seal that goes on in our city every year or every other year, about finding ways to save money, to change from this so-called chip seal, which is basically just pea gravel thrown on oil that doesn't stick, in our lanes after they did this the last time, such as on Wallapai, Eastern Avenue, Andy Devine. Every lane of traffic lost 5 feet of coverage of the aggregate because it was not applied properly. You can't, I've been in this business in 3rd generation, manufacturing, distribution, and applying asphalt products, including chip seal, every phase of it. I've done things such as LAX, Point Magoo, Naval Air Station, Long Beach Airport, the fast track, lots of stuff. I probably paved more asphalt miles than you guys have driven over. And I don't mean that to sound arrogant. I'm really speaking the truth. I can show you ways for this city to save a tremendous amount of money. Also, in your patching and temporary repairs, there is no tack oil applied to these patches. They're just kicked aside. They don't even broom them. They throw in temporary asphalt. Next time it rains, it's out again. And they're right back doing it again. You know, our city guys. There's a specific way to do these things. I can help you people immensely with this so you don't have to come back and do it time after time after time again with the aggregate being thrown out, wasted money and resources and time. And you, Mayor, I'll give you a call next week or later this week, try and make a quick appointment with you and bring you some facts and some different things on why this is an ineffective way and our resources and our money in this town to help with our infrastructure and our crumbling roads can be done a whole much better and more efficient with less money, less expense, and free up your crews, your city crews, to really make a difference instead of having this perpetual pain in the butt that you guys deal with every time it rains. And for us, flying rocks hitting our windshields, chipping our cars and everything else. It's got to stop, and I can help you do that if you'll give me a chance. Thank you.
Mr. Herron, if you would please get in contact with Sydney Muley, our clerk, and then she can arrange for your schedule and my schedule and Mr. Doherty to all meet and talk about the very exciting potential that you're talking about.
Yes, sir. I'll be happy.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council in a public comment section? If not, we'll move on to the consent agenda. All matters listed here are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Are there any items that the council would like to remove and discuss separately? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor Wimpy and a second by Councilwoman Young. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we're moving on to item 5, old business. And this is public hearing and consideration of Resolution 4949 concerning a major general plan amendment to amend the projected land use map of the City of Kingman. General Plan Update 2030 to designate 151.32 acres of the 168.42 acres located in the south portion of Section 9, Township 21, North Range 16, West Gila and Salt River Meridian, from parks, open space to regional commercial. Mr. Jepson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. This is a presentation and the public hearing on the Kingman Crossing General Plan Major Amendment. At the present time, you can see on the screen that this is our current projected land use map for the city in our plan, 2030 plan. Major plan amendments can be considered by the city council only once a year, according to our city code and also the Arizona revised statutes. The city council has selected the month of May to consider major plan amendments. The Planning and Zoning Commission is to hold at least 2 public hearings in 2 different locations on the major plan amendment applications, and then the city council is to consider that application. An application for a major plan amendment must be submitted at least 60 days prior to the first Planning and Zoning Commission hearing The first hearing was held April 14th, 2015 on this particular plan, and it was held at the City Hall. And the second hearing was held on April 28th, and it was held here in this room, the Board of Supervisors room. This is the Kingman Crossing area. The matter under consideration is south of this proposed traffic interchange for Kingman Crossing. The proposal is that, as you know, there's 148 acres north of the proposed interchange that has been designated for regional commercial. The city owns 168.42 acres on the south side of I-40 and north of the state trust land of Section 16. Currently, the area is designated as Parks Open Space. The general plan is proposed to amend this area to keep the west 17.1 acres as Parks Open Space and to have the remaining 151.32 acres designated as regional commercial. Here is a graphic showing the area and how it's proposed that would be a regional commercial in this area. Now, the difference between a general plan designation and rezoning, there are times during this process people have been confused. The projected land use map in the general plan designates how the city desires to have the property developed, and it does not zone the property. Rezoning actions are to conform with the projected land use map of the general plan. In this particular case, the general plan amendment, if the general plan amendment is approved, the zoning classification would remain rural residential until an application is processed to rezone the property. As you are aware that the December of 2010, the city had commissioned a Buxton report, and in that report, it was revealed that 50% of our electronic purchases, 30% of our public health and personal care purchases, 80% of our clothing purchases, and 30% of our sporting goods, hobby, books, and music purchases were made out of the city. The City Council has not had a discussion on on any zoning classification for this property if this general plan amendment is approved. As we have stated earlier, that the property to the north of the proposed interchange is designated as a C3 Plan Development District and a C2 zoning district. Those districts, or the Plan Development District, limits the uses that are otherwise in the entire C3 zoning district, in that it prohibits truck sales and service, recreational vehicle parks, billboards, BMX tracks, motocross tracks, swamp meets, and tire recapping uses. A similar zoning classification can be developed on the city parcel if the council were to desire. The Kingman Crossing traffic interchange is at a 35% design stage. The change of access report permits the interchange only to go to the north. An amended change of access report would have to be commissioned and approved that would permit the interchange to have access to the south and onto the city's parcel. The access link would need to connect to a collector street, such as what Louise Avenue is classified. So tonight, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, at the conclusion of the public hearing, the council has the option to consider Resolution 4949, which would approve the application for the general plan amendment. There's a minimum of 2/3 vote is required in order for the motion to be approved, and failure to do so or adopting this resolution would result in denial of the application, and another application could not be considered until May 2016. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer for the council. If not, thank you.
Mr. Doherty?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to add, the general plan was started in September 2012 when the Planning Commission had a public hearing and started the process of review of the general plan. July 9th, the Planning Commission completed the review of the general plan and directed staff to distribute it for the required 60-day review. The Commission reviewed the 60-day comments on September 10th, 2013. The first meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing was held October 8th, and the second hearing was held on October 22nd. No public comments at the first public hearing. At the second public hearing, a citizen spoke about the city applying for a grant on economic development, and a second citizen spoke in opposition to Kingman Crossing traffic interchange. The City Council's public hearing took place on December 3rd, 2013, and the City Council adopted Resolution 4868, March 4th of 2014, which adopted the general plan update. The ratification of the adopted general plan update took place on November 4th, 2014, in a general election. As Gary stated, state law states that the council can amend that general plan once a year, and the council has set that date as May, I'll get it right, May, and that's why we're here tonight to discuss amending the general plan. Gary pretty much covered everything else, so we're not trying to pull anything over anybody's eyes. There are no developers. When developers come in and we say it's parks, open space, they turn around and walk out. So this would be the first step in a very long process, and I would anticipate before council can sell the property, it will have to go before the public in a general election to sell the property if it's appraised for more than $500,000. As most of you are aware, this year the House voted unanimously to raise that limit to 1.5 million, but it never made it to the floor of the Senate. So the League of Municipalities says that next year they would anticipate it will be going before the General Assembly again, and at that point, what happened this year in the House I would anticipate next year the state will change that limit to 1.5 million, and I would still anticipate that this will go before the voters for a vote to allow the city to sell the land. Thank you.
Mr. Doherty, could we have a clarification? When it goes to the public for vote, the name of the low bidder or most qualified bidder, depending how you set up the RFP, that would be identified when it goes to the public to vote on the sale?
I do not believe so, because we won't know at that point who the seller or who the buyer would be, since we don't have any authorization to sell it until after that vote. After that vote is when we would take requests for proposals or put it up for auction. However, the city attorney says we have to do it. At that point, we would undoubtedly enter into a statement of non-disclosure with any developer that the council chooses to proceed forward with development of that land if it was allowed to be sold.
Okay.
I have a question for our city manager. You said that developers walk out when they see that it's designated open space. We aren't rezoning it tonight, so even if it's designated as general commercial on the general plan, it still will be designated open space. Is that correct?
I believe Gary said it will be rural residential if you vote to approve it tonight, and then any developer would still have to come in and ask for it to be rezoned general commercial.
Okay.
But this would get a first step done, because right now they're not even interested in talking about it.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Doherty? or Mr. Jepson at this time?
Gary, did you have a clarification on that? I saw you move over there.
The rezoning needs to conform to the general plan. So if the council were to approve the resolution, the city could then apply to rezone the property on its own. It does not have to wait for a sale or anything like that. So you have that option.
So this would be a first step, and then it can be brought back to council to rezone it to commercial?
Well, the council would, one, have to initiate the application to rezone, and then, yes, it would come back, just the same process, but it cannot be, it should not be rezoned, I should put it that way. It should not be rezoned to anything that does not implement a park's open space designation as it is today. So if it's changed to regional commercial, then a commercial zoning could be considered by the council.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Before I open the public hearing, I think it needs to be a clarification made. No flyers or any other documents have gone to the public from the city of Kingman. You may have seen flyers by various groups that stated certain things. In reference to voting, this public hearing is no different than any other public hearing. It'd be similar to the 2 prior public hearings that Planning and Zoning had. What may have been construed as a vote would be your opinion in your public comment as to whether you would like to support or not support, or say yes or say no to the proposed amendment. It is not a vote, was never intended to be a vote, and this public hearing is following the same rules that the public hearing in Planning and Zoning took. So I did want to make that clarification, but it was not appropriate to make that in the public comment section of the agenda tonight. The way we're going to handle the public hearing, since I have a lot of requests, and even if you have not submitted a request, you will have an opportunity to speak at the end. I would like to change the time limit from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. And once we go through the process, and I will reiterate, if you are in support and want to say yes, please say yes, or the clerk will not record what your opinion is. If you want to say no, please say no, or I do not support, so the clerk can count that. At the end of the public comment period, I will ask each council member to give a couple-minute synopsis of what they heard from you and what their interpretation might be. After that, I will ask for a standing selection, if you will, of the audience based on what you heard from everybody and what you heard from the council as their interpretation of what they heard, whether you are in favor of or not in favor of. After that, we will then get into discussion, and then we will either have a motion, or we will table it, or whatever else. I would also say, please respect who's ever up and speaking. Please do not cut them off. Boo, hiss, yell, say great, all of that. If there is a disturbance and a continued disturbance, I would ask that you be seated or that you please leave. And if you continue, I will ask to have you escorted out. I don't think it's going to come to that. Certainly don't want to see it come to that. The point is, please respect who's ever up and speaking, because I'm sure you would like to have them give you the same courtesy.
Mr. Mayor, I was at the last public meeting at Planning and Zoning, and normally the public is used to us giving them 3 minutes. I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but even 3 minutes at the Planning and Zoning meeting still wasn't long enough. I know tonight's going to be a long night. There's no way around it, but I would still like to see us stay with the 3 minutes to give those people the opportunity to express their full opinion.
Can I just have a head nod one way or the other?
I would agree.
Sure, yes.
Yes.
Okay, we will go with 3 minutes. And if you don't want to take 3 minutes and want less, that's fine too. But at 3 minutes, the clerk will have a timer on, and the bell will go off, or whatever sound it makes, and that will be your limit. So we'll start. Representative Regina Cobb.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman, for listening to me tonight. I'm Regina Cobb, Representative Regina Cobb. I just want to encourage this council and you, Mayor, to approve Resolution 4949. I feel that right now is not a time to step back, and any other choice than to say yes on this resolution is a step backwards. We've done this before, and we're right back where we were several years ago. We have bled the life out of Stockton Hill Road, and if you don't believe it, drive down there in the middle of the day. We need to have a new vein, and this is an opportunity to have a new vein. I see opportunity going by us every day as I drive down I-40, and I feel like that we are missing out on a lot of opportunity. The hospital that was designated out in that area, I think, failed because of lack of access to that hospital. And now we have a hospital that goes to nowhere. And our hospital, or the Kingman Regional Hospital, has stepped up and helped us out by purchasing that hospital. And now we have a hospital that sits out there with limited access, besides the lack of commercial opportunity. The other issue is, speaking as your state representative, we're on the chopping block right now for our I-11 corridor. And if we do not step up and act like we are open for business like the rest of the state is, we're not going to be open for business. So I encourage this council and this mayor to approve this, not to table it, make a decision tonight. Thank you.
Brian Turney.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Brian Turney, CEO of Kingman Regional Medical Center, and as probably most of you know, our board of directors originally voted to support the development of Kingman Crossing in 2012 when we entered into a memorandum of understanding with several entities, including the city, to explore the feasibility of developing the interchange. In February of this year, our board voted to reaffirm its support of the development of Kingman Crossing. The KHI board continues to be supportive of prudent development of the interchange for the following reasons. Number one, it could improve traffic flow on the east side of Kingman and improve access to our Wallapai Mountain campus. That facility is currently licensed as a specialty hospital housing 18 acute rehab beds, as well as other outpatient support services. In the long term, as funding allows, we expect that campus to continue to grow into a fully functional acute care hospital with a medical office building. Over time, access will become more and more important. Number two, if the interchange is appropriately developed with retail services, it will help our ability to attract and retain talented medical personnel You may not be aware, but as KMC has grown and improved its services and added new medical services, it has added over 700 jobs over the past 10 years to our Kingman economy. Our experience has been, as we attempt to recruit physicians and other key medical personnel, they're consistently looking for 5 things: good housing, good weather, a strong school system, reasonable shopping options, and a progressive-minded community. Recruiting and retaining these professionals who impact the quality of our individual lives and the community's economic well-being remains a difficult task. We compete nationally for many of these people. The KHI board believes that a properly developed Kingman Crossing will support the hospital's effort to attract these vital medical professionals to our community and ultimately improve the quality of life for Kingman residents. Having participated in 2012 with this effort, I can tell you if the plate isn't set for these developers, it won't happen. And I agree that to delay that is going to hamper the efforts of this development of this Kingman Crossing. So we are in support of that. Thank you.
Stanley Hicks. And Stanley, if you could hold on just a minute, maybe we can have a little process improvement. Would George Cook please step up behind Mr. Hicks? Teresa Evans after Mr. Cook. Marvin Robinson after Teresa. And Joe Hart after Marvin. I'm sorry, please continue, Mr. Hicks.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Stanley Hicks. I live in Miami Avenue. I want to say I strongly vote yes for the opportunity for the city to grow. My wife and I moved here June of last year, and we moved here from a city in Illinois where we saw our property taxes go from $900 a year to $1,800 a year. We don't want that to happen in this city. It will happen if we don't improve, as I understand, the ability for growth within the city. I know that a lot of you don't seem to feel that that's a necessity, that the vote, changing the plan, the 10-year plan, is negating a vote that was taken. Having just moved here, I would say that the 10-year plan vote was totally foreign to me, and from talking to some of the other residents of the city, I don't think you're going to have 10% of the people in this city that even have a remote idea of what's in that 103-page document. I did some research on it and found it out. But so, as far as voting to change it, as has been stated by others, that was built into the system so that it could be changed as needs arise. To say that it's, negating our vote, it's not. It's just progressively moving ahead. And I just want to thank all the council members. There are a lot of people watching how you vote, how you feel, the stands you take. A lot of those people vote. Unfortunately, too many don't, but a lot do. And my wife and I definitely thank those of you who are progressive enough to realize this city needs growth. The first step you take in changing the 20-year or 10-year plan will show that we are a progressive city. We're not a dying little community. Thank you.
Mr. Bohuniak, would you like to come up behind Mr. Hart?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, George Cook, a resident of Kingman for 43 years. In approximately 2005, developer Vestar proposed building the Kingman Crossing interchange. In return, requested 60% of the sales tax plus interest for all commercial properties developed in that area until the interchange was paid for. I've attended all the meetings and have heard a lot of questions, but no answers. I would like to see some town hall meetings with questions and answers. We were promised transparency. Where is it? I understand the City Council approved $250,000 to do a traffic study for the Kingman Crossing interchange development. Where did the money come from? I urge the mayor and city council to do the right thing and table this major amendment to the 2030 general plan until town hall meetings can be held. Also, I would like you to consider setting aside 60 acres for permanent park and open space, which include the 3 large water retention ponds. I disapprove of this. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Evans. I live here in downtown Kingman. I've been here 2.5 years with ties to Kingman for over 30. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for allowing me to speak. I am neither for nor against Kingman Crossing because, to be perfectly honest, I'm totally confused. One says there's a developer, one says there's not. One says this one's going to pay for it, one says that one's going to pay for it. As long as it doesn't come out of my pocket, I don't give a darn who pays for it. However, Mr. Mayor, our vote doesn't count. In November, 8,000 people voted for the general plan. What you are designating right now is a major, major change to it. We need to put this on a city ballot. I'm sorry people can't find pants, shoes, or dresses in this town. Trust me when I tell you, there are things I can't find in this town. One of them is my mind. 8,000 votes against 7. That doesn't make any sense. The real issue is a legitimate ballot measure placed in front of the people of Kingman. Again, this is a major general plan change, and these people here have the right to go into a polling booth and say to you, this is what we do or do not want. I don't think it is up to you to make that change. It's up to them. Thank you. Have a good night.
Good evening. Marvin Robertson. I came to Kingman in 1999, working for the miner, and covered the city council. And we used to vote on things. Now, the idea that this is a dumb old city that doesn't grow is stupid. You can read my column and look at the facts. This city has grown from 20 to 30% in population every single decade since 1970. We are growing today. What bothers me is that the last boom we had, when all these realtors were getting rich and the developers were taking the money out of town, you know, Bill Nugent now lives in Scottsdale and builds houses in Oklahoma. We bought houses. I bought one for $250,000. They're selling them down the street today for $150,000. The guy across the way is staying in the place that his daughter bought when she was up here working for the hospital. She can't sell the house because she's going to lose too much money. My utility bill is $50 more than it used to be because I'm paying for the extra sewer I have you guys built for all those people on sewer, and the other half of you on big lots don't have to pay for it. My taxes went up because I'm paying for 2 new schools that we didn't need and wouldn't have been built out in the middle of nowhere if somebody hadn't used sales tax money to buy an airway underpass and cut off the rest of you people up on the air. You know, this whole thing is shopping. There's more shopping in town today than there has been any day since I've lived in this town. And it's opening every day. Go down Western Avenue and see all the new buildings and so forth. The idea that Kingman Crossing is some kind of a fantasy, everybody's dream, is just stupid. And the idea that we can sell $500,000 worth of land to pay for $5 million to build a road so we can, from there to Louise, is crazy. The thing's going to cost us a lot of money. And any realtor or developer that's stacked in this place today, the rest of us didn't have enough money to come down for pizza before we got here. Any vote you take tonight is simply totally prejudiced and doesn't fit the needs of this city. And I love the city as much as anybody in this place. Thank you.
I have one that I really can't read. It's a Bob S., and I believe it says on Dakota. Would you please come up after Mr. Bahuniak? And Mike Christensen after Bob. Thank you, Joe.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, my name is Joe Hart. I was born and raised in Kingman and never had enough money to get out of town. And I see an opportunity for Kingman. The first interstate built in the western United States, west of the Mississippi, is going to be coming through my hometown, Kingman, Arizona. And I think we don't need to be stepping over dollars to pick up dimes. I can think of a million cliches right now. Let's don't shoot ourselves in the foot. I had Rattlesnake Crossing in the 5-year plan in 1993. I was on the Transportation Committee, and I fought with the chairman to at least look at it. They said, well, no, we're already set to say it's going to be Interstate 11 north, or going to be 17 north to Flagstaff. I said, you'll never get trucks through Flagstaff. They'll be sitting up there waiting a week for the snow to melt, belching smoke into the air, and it'll be a boondoggle that will never... Kingman does not have that problem. We have one pass right outside of Kingman, and trucks can come through there and never even slow down. I've worked extremely hard to make sure we get this, and right now it's at a pivotal time. I can't tell you how important it is to act right now. If we just hesitate one iota, they're just going to go right around us, and we will never get the chance again. It's important. Like I say, I think we need both. I think we can put Interstate 11 in, then move down just about halfway to the airport and put a frontage roads all the way to the hospital. It irks me to see that big hospital sit out there empty. And all we need is an access road alongside that freeway to get to it. And there's all kinds of money out there available. There's P3s that everybody would get in line to buy to build on a project like this. And if we don't, it's going to be Harry Reid's putting up a bunch of money to get it through Nevada real quick. Barbara Boxer's putting up a bunch of money because she wants to get all those trucks off of the coastal highways in California. The money's there for everybody but us. Let's get our head out of the sand and do what is necessary to be a player in this. We've got the opportunity to be the first inland port. Why would they send trucks just to Needles when they could bring them all the way to Kingman and get Interstate 11 and 40, open up the Pacific Northwest, open up the Rocky Mountains? Thank you very much. I'll answer any questions.
My name is Mike Bihuniak. I live in Kingman. Mayor Anderson, when you campaigned, you promised jobs for this area, and many of us assumed that with your financial astuteness, you would be bringing to Kingman jobs that were well-paying in the $50,000 to $75,000 area. But unfortunately, we're stepping back to talk about retail again. Retail is not the only thing that brings economy upward. And I would say that I'm not a person who's definitely against Kingman Crossing. What I am against is the process. As some other people have already said, and other people have ignored, I feel that no matter how many people you speak to tonight and hear from, whether they're for or against this, This is just a small sampling of our society. And it's more important that we get to have the entire population vote on this, since this is such a major change in our general plan. Now, whether it was done purposely or not, we didn't get to vote on this particular amendment. And I feel that there is a way that we could let the people have a say in this. Now, members of the council, I know that the mayor is stuck in his position, but I would hope that you are not. Tonight, you will be hearing arguments on both sides of the issue, and I ask you if you will feel comfortable with voting to approve this amendment without giving the voting public a chance to express their wishes. For the past few days, Mayor Anderson has had a group handing out flyers stating that your vote counts. I find that quite ironic when this amendment, if approved, will negate the vote of the people that when we voted on a general plan this past November, which was basically bogus, because we already know, or you already knew, that you were going to do this amendment right after that. Those of us that question the integrity of this amendment have named this amendment the Nancy Pelosi amendment. You have to pass the amendment to see what's in the amendment. Okay, I'm done, but I'm against this because of the process. Thank you.
Mr. Cooper, I believe Mr. Bohuniak was addressing that this should go out to a public vote for a major plan amendment. And could you please provide us the statute information?
That the state statute has the major plan amendment as a legislative process in the council. The council cannot refer this to the public for a vote.
Bob? And could you spell your last name for the media?
I can't read it either. My hand shakes so bad I can hardly hold the pen on right. Anyway, it's Simmons. Simmons. I'm in support of Kingman Crossing. I was extremely disappointed when it didn't pass the first time. I feel we lost economic opportunity, jobs, and I think the jobs that I'm talking about every job, including entry-level jobs. Some people refer to them as low-level jobs. All of us had to enter into the market someplace. And it doesn't start at $75,000. Taxes. We've lost literally thousands of dollars in property taxes for our school systems since we lost that vote. We need to turn that around. We need to get that money so we can get it back to our children so they can be educated properly, so we can pay our teachers. The fly in the ointment seemed to be traffic, with some people anyway, as near as I could understand the gist of the thing. I've had a little experience at it, but I differ. I think the Kingman Crossing offers a big opportunity for us to improve the traffic flow on both sides of the interstate. We can move traffic out of subdivisions onto primary streets and get people to where they want to go more efficiently. with the crossing. Secondly, I remember at campaign time, there was some talk about a 5th fire station. That caught my attention. We were talking over $1 million added to the general budget. If we had Kingman Crossing, it would allow us to move fire station number 4 to a location that it could serve the whole area supported by number 2. Had a couple other things, but I've run out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. While Mr. Christensen is coming up, behind Mike will be Carol Decker-Noley, then Travis Lingenfelter, Rad Green, and then Aaron Cochran.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I appreciate you letting me speak. I feel kind of honored being part of the process, even getting to talk, so thank you. I am in favor of this amendment, and I want to talk about the reasons why. The amendment process is put in place so that we can be flexible as a community and as a government for changes in the political environment or an economic environment. So those that feel that this amendment process is somehow some bamboozle, it is not a bamboozle. It is actually part of the process. It allows us to be flexible. If you're inflexible, then you are dead or dying, unfortunately. Another reason why I'm for this is you need all 3 facets of business in order to grow your community. You have to have commercial business, manufacturing jobs. These are great middle income jobs that pay, in the range of $30,000 to $60,000 a year. These are very important. You need tourism, obviously. We need that portion of it, that recreational part of business. And then we also need retail to support all that. We have to have some sort of infusion of cash in order to get that going. And if you run a business that has a budget, you know that you either have to increase cash flow or you have to cut spending, one or the other. I feel that we have cut spending enough. So that leaves us with increasing our cash flow. That comes down to either increasing taxes, which I am against, mostly. Don't throw anything at me. Or increasing tax revenue. You increase tax revenue by having more money being spent in the city. So I am for this because I believe that this amendment will allow us to be flexible so that we can make this change so that we can increase revenue rather than continue to cut spending. Thank you.
I'm back. My name is Carol Decker-Noley, and I live on Oak Street in historic downtown Kingman, and I have lived there since 1980. I still believe that the people that live on the outskirts of our town, the city of Kingman, should not have a right to speak on this issue or vote on any issue about our general plan in the city of Kingman. Downtown was a busy and thriving shopping center of sorts when I moved here. Mayor Anderson could have purchased his pants at Babbitt Brothers department store, his shoes at Alex Toggery, and picked up a nice dress shirt at JCPenney's. He could have selected a piece of jewelry for his wife at the Kingman Jewelry Store and gotten a greeting card at the Hallmark store. On his way home from City Hall, he could pick up some steaks and salad fixins at Safeway. We had it all back then: a Greyhound bus station, gas and service stations, a movie theater, several restaurants and taverns, ladies' apparel shops, a variety store, office supply store, bakery, barber shop, and beauty shops, a drug store, a bike shop, a record store, 3 banks and a credit union, the main post office, library, police station. It was all right here in downtown Kingman. It was a great place to live and shop. Then someone had an idea to develop Stockton Hill Road. Stores moved out of downtown, Walmart changed all shopping as we knew it back then. Some stores just closed and were never heard of again. Storefronts were boarded up, just left and and some were left with dirty windows and trashy insides. Historic buildings were vandalized. Periodically, we would hear of attempts to revive downtown, but nothing really happened. The charm of historic Kingman had hit the skids. Circle K is the only grocery store, and it comes with people begging for change. We have a secondhand store and pawn shops. Because of the interest in Highway 66, we have some new dining places and places to hold parties and special events, antique stores that sell items that were made in the USA. Why do I tell you this? Because in the light of the promise of new shopping centers, we again will see stores shuttered and left empty, not only in historic downtown, but on Stockton Hill Road too. History has a way of repeating itself. Developers and real estate will be making the money in this situation. I vote no, and I am really fervent in my idea that this is an issue for the people to vote on, and not just the 7 of you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Anderson and council members. My name is Travis Lingenfelter. I live in Kingman. I'm a business owner. In a prior position, I served as the Mohave County Economic Development Director for a few years. We actually worked with the City of Kingman, as they don't have their own Economic Development Director, and we brought Anderson Trucking, ISCO Industries, Scott Industries. It's possible. We're a good location. Retail is a part of it. I'm speaking just from an economic development standpoint. I mean, it doesn't matter what plans the city has, unless we have the money to do it, they're not going to happen. And as the state continues to whittle away our state shared revenues, how do we fill that gap? We need more sales tax. So, Kingman Crossing, I'm here to speak in support of that. It's not only going to help the hospital, as we heard Mr. Attorney testify, it's also going to help the community college to bring professors. It's also going to help all of the businesses at the industrial park bring management. All of these people, I can give you stories privately with economic development agencies, firms that came here. They love the area. They thought it was great. Cost of business wise, I mean, it's the closest you can get to California without actually being in California. Our utilities costs are low, but they look me right in the eye and they'd say, if we go back and we tell our employees that we are going to move our company here, where are we supposed to tell them that they're going to take their families to shop and eat? They would tell me this. And I'd say, well, we can go to Laughlin, or you can go to Vegas, and that's just not normal in other places. You don't have to drive to another city to go eat dinner or to take your family shopping for school clothes. That's just not normal. Not only that, but okay, if we get those people to come here, we get the new managers at the industrial park, we get the new professors, we get the doctors. Those people move here, they get involved in our community. Those are our soccer coaches. Those are the people that get involved in special activities that are important to them. That's the social fabric. You have places like the mine that close. Those people move away. How many soccer coaches and how many volunteers do we lose in our community? And our community is poor for it. So I'd just say, hopefully you'll vote yes for this. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rad Green. I live in Kingman. I, like many taxpayers in Kingman, escaped California 15 years ago. Kingman used to be listed on the internet as a desirable place to retire. Had low taxes, clean air, less congestion, etc. Some say we need growth. Do Payson, Prescott, etc. need growth? No. You had best be careful what you wish for, as you might get it. We are told we need an interchange that neither ADOT nor Kingman can afford to supposedly feed a mall of who knows what. The voters overwhelmingly opposed this in the past. Lake Havasu has a mall that is all but closed. Bullhead has an outlet with many empty stores. Kingman also has many closed stores. Better be careful what you wish for, you may get it. If you want growth, it should be done responsibly, not the Kingman way. Give incentives to industry in the areas zoned for them. With good jobs, housing, stores, and schools will follow. In the past, industry was rejected by the good old boys who ran Kingman. They didn't want their employees to see the higher wages. We have the Mother Road that draws people from all over the world. And what do they see? A disgrace. We have residential streets that are not paved. During the monsoons, we have houses that flood because of the lack of planning by Kingman. Oh, they do give out sandbags at the local fire stations. This is the Kingman fix. Better be careful what you wish for, you might get it. If we don't do something responsible about the water problem in this endless drought, none of this will matter. What is the replenishment rate of the aquifers? How many straws are we going to add to our ever-dwindling supplies? I see a parallel between the federal government and the Kingman government. The feds circumvent both the Constitution and the will of the people. Kingman's government tries just to circumvent the will of the people. Be careful what you wish for, you might get it. Thank you.
Following Aaron Cochran are Robbie Gunter, Justin Chambers, Brian Zimmerman, and Mary Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's kind of weird to be on this side for once. First, I'd like to applaud the amazing amount of people that showed up tonight, whether they're for or against this. It's so important that they're here and they're discussing it. As Carl Cooper stated, this can't go back to a vote. It needs to go to you. That's why they have this process. And for 4.5 years, I sat there with you guys, and at every strategic planning meeting, the #1 identified priority was Kingman Crossing. Every discussion that was had was, what do we do? How can we make this happen? How do we create jobs, get a wider sales tax base, and avoid having the same discussion of why don't we have property tax? The property tax is never going to happen. So in order to save this community, we need a wider sales tax base, we need more jobs, and those jobs aren't just entry-level jobs. With each one of those retail stores or banks that come in, or medical offices, you're going to have everything from entry-level to management jobs. I'm standing here telling you that that's my neighborhood. And although that's where I walk my dogs every morning, that's where my dirt bike track is that my kids play on, I'm willing to give up my playground for the betterment of the community. And I'm standing here looking at each of you, knowing that at least 4 of you have been there for more than just the last few months and stated your top priority is to make Kingman a better place. This is your chance to look at the future of Kingman and not just right now, because if we don't plan, then we don't have anything. I've heard each of you talk about the importance of strategic planning and the importance of economic development, and without this first step, we're not doing anything. We're going to get stagnant, and we need to, in a time where we need to show that we're thriving and growing, we're going to show that we're not willing to take the step, and we're going to eventually be Truxton. Because if we don't do something now, then we are going to continue to lose people. We have an opportunity to show that we are progressive and we are moving forward, and that we want the families of Kingman to stay here and shop and eat so that those sales tax dollars can go back into the community so we can pave all those roads, so we can pay our first responders. We need this, and I'm asking you to please vote for this.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name is Robbie Gunter. I live in Kingman on Heather Avenue, and I am in favor of this amendment. I am part of a local business. I am also part of 2 humanitarian organizations that provide assistance for children and young people. For example, every year we clothe at least 1,000 children in Kingman and provide scholarships for high school students to attend college. Their families have limited financial means to do so, but these are temporary solutions. New businesses in Kingman means more tax dollars that can potentially be used for programs for our young people. It means jobs for their families. Businesses looking for expansion want to be located with easy access from major traffic arteries. They want to serve hundreds of thousands of potential customers. We cannot think only of ourselves. We must think of the children of this area and their future. Developing Kingman Crossing and zoning the area as commercial is a huge step toward a thriving, prosperous city that provides our children and their families what they need: permanent, ongoing solutions for education and improved quality of life. I'm all for that. I say yes.
Good evening. I am Justin Chambers, a local resident and business owner here in town. I am in support of the amendment to the general plan. We keep hearing the argument of putting the cart before the horse. However, this interchange is at best at least 2 years or more away if the funding was there right now for it. So when will it be done? In 5 years, 10 years or more? I applaud anyone in the city and their efforts to be on the forefront of this and the amendment they are trying to get done. In essence, you are laying the groundwork and setting the cornerstone and a long and lengthy road to improving our city. This interchange won't happen in the term of anyone on the city council. However, in the future, when developers and employers see Kingman as an opportunity for them, they will have choices as to where they can build their business. The city manager and others helping this through are being insightful and realize ahead of time that there will be a need for this land. We don't have any more room on Stockton Hill except for a few more small businesses. Another argument I hear is there isn't enough people in town to support more shopping and more dining. However, what no one with this argument is considering is the amount of vehicles that drive through on Interstate 40 every day. These people need more choices in town for dining, hotels, and shopping, as does our town. An added benefit of all this is the addition of jobs that will create and allow for younger people to make a living here. Right now, we're seeing homes go up and an influx of new people in town, and commercial demand will be right behind it. I appreciate all your time you guys have all devoted to this, and I trust you'll make the right decision tonight. Thank you.
Would Richard Hamilton come up behind Mary Smith, David Bailey behind Richard, and Rachel Thalrose behind David Bailey?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Brian Zimmerman. Kingman is the best kept secret in the West. It has an excellent climate, not too hot in the summer, not too cold in the winter, plenty of sunshine. It's called the Goldilocks climate. People who discover this invariably comment that this climate is the best kept secret in the West. People who chance upon some of the real estate here, with its low prices and low taxes, yet having many activities within 2-hour radius. That's right, they say it's the best kept secret in the West. Mountain bikers who visited for the first time, looking for a great variety of terrain mixed with desert vistas and scenery, commented online that, you guessed it, the mountain bike experience around Kingman is the best kept secret in the West. Well, Kingman is being discovered right now. With the incredible potential shown by strategic research, it is only a matter of time before serious growth takes over. The trouble is, without growth in commercial facilities, only property is consumed. People still take their purchasing dollars out of town. With the inevitable growth in residents, the only way a city can continue to survive will be to institute a property tax and no doubt raise the sales tax as well, just to satisfy residential growth. There are better ways to protect our residents than to burden them with more taxes. That is, provide the climate for retail and commercial businesses to grow along with the residential. More jobs will provide the money and opportunity for residents to spend right here in Kingman, creating a better economy, greater diversity of services, and growing the sales tax revenue base without tax increases. Rather than spending that extra money on fuel to shop an hour or two away, spend that extra money right here on something a lot better than gas. How many hundreds of mountain bikers living in the confines of Southern California would visit for the weekend to enjoy what is reputedly some of the best mountain biking in the West? Spend the night in an historic property, sample the local restaurants and night spots, buy supplies for their ride and the gas for their return home. How many tourists would make Kingman their vacation base in the center of so many activities? Day trips to countless outdoor and western activities in the Hualapai Mountains right in our own backyard. Kingman sits astride 2.3 million acres of open space, an oasis at a major crossroads that can offer so much more than a pit stop, but it tries to remain a secret. Well, the secret is out. Let's put our resources to the best use of the community to serve our residents and delight our visitors. Let's grow the economy.
I'm afraid your time is up and we need to go on.
I'm for the amendment.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Mary Smith, and I commend the mayor and the city council for wanting to hear from Kingman, and I think this shows that Kingman cares. I am for Resolution 4949. I'm a local businesswoman, and I have lived in many places in this world. We have a gem here. Let's continue the growth. Let our children be able to stay here. Let our children be able to have the education that gives them the better jobs. And to do that, that means, as Brian Turney mentioned, a number of people have mentioned tonight, we have to be able to have the amenities that keep the people here who actually have the jobs and who have the businesses that allow for the greater growth. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for having the vision to keep our eyes focused on what growth and the benefits for Kingman, and for having Kingman residents at your heart. Thank you.
Could we have Lisa Bruno behind Rachel and Ted Stinson behind Lisa?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Richard Hamilton. I live at 2789 East Kelly Castano. Last time I was cut off last week, so I think I shortened it a little bit. I'm here on behalf of the EDMC for the City of Kingman. In our March meeting, we voted to support the change of the general plan as proposed. There are many reasons we had for this, but the biggest is that we feel that it'll help the city with growth, jobs, and tax dollars. We understand the city is looking at a study for an underpass to connect the south side of Kingman to the north side on I-40. This is also known as the Kingman Crossing area. Another reason to support this change is to make this property more lucrative for a potential buyer for the land. As a council member stated a few years back at a city council meeting, when a developer wanted to change the zoning, why would a developer buy the land and later want to change the zoning? Well, this is just that. We need to make it easy for anyone that would come to Kingman and show that we are growth friendly. We've been told that it'll only bring in lower paying jobs, and that's not what we need here. I disagree. We need growth and we need jobs, period. Go to Jimmy John's and tell the at least 12 people working behind the counter that we didn't need Jimmy John's or their 12 jobs. Also, we hear a lot about change and why change the general plan now? Why at this time? Well, the time is now. I don't have the answer to this, but how many times did Phoenix, Mesa, Chandler, New River, Gilbert, and many other cities in Arizona amend their general plan to suit the needs of the people? I'm sure they did. Again, the EDMC is in full support of this, and I ask the council to be also. There is another matter for me and the thousands of others that live outside the city limits. I support and I spend my money here. I buy my groceries, my gas, my cars, my clothes. I pay a water bill, I pay a sewer bill, and I run my business in the city of Kingman. But yet I have no vote. This is the only time that I get to speak on this matter. So for myself, I encourage that you vote yes on this matter. Thank you.
Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts and views concerning the area known as Kingman Crossing. My name is David Bailey. I am opposed to the proposed land use change of this area to be designated commercial retail. That is not only a bad idea for the residents of that area, but also a bad idea for Kingman as a whole. I'm not against development or expansion, but by turning that area into commercial retail is placing the cart before the horse. Kingman needs to bring in industrial and manufacturing jobs first. Those types of jobs are with better pay will then sustain new commercial and retail stores and jobs. That is what helps a city and town grow. Kingman already has areas for industrial and manufacturing that is not being presented to specialized industries looking for a new area to grow. Kingman currently is experiencing a loss of a few retail businesses already, with the Hallmark store, Radio Shack, Ashley Furniture, just to name a few. People opposed to the area not being turned into commercial retail always are saying there is too much traffic and congestion on Stockton Hill Road, and I agree. But that is bad planning and on the city and zoning department. That could have been avoided by better planning and management. That is not the fault of the people or the residents of Kingman. Commercial and retail is not high-paying jobs as a whole. We need more than that. The city of Kingman has a history, and the old downtown area has a lot to tell if you let it. Look at downtown today. It is dying a slow death, and nothing is being done to stop it. We chose to open a business in downtown area here on Andy Devine because of its history. We are fortunate to have stayed open now for 3 years with returning and new customers. Last year, Route 66 Festival came through, and yes, that was good. But did it have as big an impact as what was expected or perceived? No. Why not develop more tourism dollars? Downtown has a story to tell if you let it. Why not develop underground Kingman and the history of the railroad and the Asian residents who helped build Kingman? Yes, it is not all roses, but it is history. Other cities have underground tours, and it brings in tourist dollars. Fix it up, make it safe, and use it. A good example is Route 66 in Williams. Look what they've done there. Williams, Arizona is now a go-to place, not just a Grand Canyon stop-off. On any given weekend, tourism is bringing in dollars. Kingman can do the same if you choose. There's a lot of potential here. Kingman already has commercial designated areas other than Stockton Hill Road. They're all over town, from Rattlesnake Wash, the airport, Andy Devine, I-40 and Shinnerump, Wallapai Mountain Road, to name a few. You mentioned the I-40 Interstate 11 corridor and possible business that will bring in, but how many years down the road is that? Does anybody really know exactly? Use what we already have and bring in the travelers into the Kingman, not just to pull off the freeway and go again. Give them a reason to stop here and give the residents of Kingman something to be proud of. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Rachel Thalrose, and I'm here tonight because I saw this in the paper, and I know you all saw it. It says, Kingman Crossing, who wants $45 million in debt? I don't. Let me put my glasses on. Semis on residential streets. Okay, we see a picture of a semi here with this lady pushing her baby, and it says Seneca, Cherokee, Sage, and Central. Central has just opened up. You know, what is that going to be, a main thoroughfare to the Kingman Crossing? The City of Kingman staff, 3 of the Planning and Zoning members, the Economic Development Commission, and the mayor do. You know, so we're here to speak tonight. Come ask them why they want this debacle and find out which council members want this at their next meeting, May 5th. So you can see the turnout here of the people, and I think that's why we're all here. So anyway, let me get on with this. There was a big article and the reason against the Kingman Crossing, and that was written by Nathaniel Downing, Certified General Real Estate Appraiser, Kingman. I know you all have read it, so let me just tell you, I have been in Kingman for 20 years. I live up in Rancho Santa Fe area, and I understand that Louise Street is going to be one of the main veins into the Sage Street. Okay, that bothers me a lot. Is my property value going to go down up in Rancho Santa Fe? You know, all I've seen, you know, all I've heard all these years is, oh, Olive Garden's coming to town. Red Lobster is coming to Kingman. And all I've seen is the 99-cent store, and the dollar store is moving to Kingman. And now they have a 75-cent store over on Northern. As it is, the two businesses that I frequented were Beals and Hallmark. They shut down this year, and you cannot go shopping without something being made in China, even the dog food, okay? So anyway, we'll see what happens when they talk about the Rancho Santa Fe Parkway coming through Louise Street to Sage Street, and us property owners up here in Rancho Santa Fe hit with higher taxes. So anyway, I think you need to think about this. I think you need to refocus and fix this town up. Beale Street is very embarrassing. You know, when I say go downtown and see Kingman. Okay, thank you.
I would just make a comment, whatever figures you've heard from anybody or have seen printed, have you done any verification to test the validity of that? I'm not saying they're good, I'm not saying they're bad, I'm saying have you taken a proper sample size or investigation to have the real facts on what you're going to make your thoughts on?
Has your staff, Mayor Anderson? My name is Lisa Bruno. I oppose this amendment. And since you fabricated this headcount process, I would like to say that I am speaking, let the record reflect, on behalf of 25 people who are aligned with me in my position. So I would ask that the clerk please reflect that as well, since we're making this up as we go.
There's one voice, one vote. There was no preliminary request for that.
I'd like to get 5 extra seconds, please. There are two things that I want you to consider when you vote tonight. First, if I came to you with this proposal seeking to effectively rezone 150 acres of land to commercial with no interested developer, no defined funding source, and no plan for how you get there, would you approve my request? I hope that you would not. There is no reason why the city shouldn't have to meet the same standards that a developer does, especially given the abysmal development track record of our city. Let's talk about the Airway Underpass and the improvement assessments off of Airway. We can't even sell those because the assessments exceed the value of the dirt over there. Second, I want you to ask yourselves, do you want to be a part of do you want part of your personal political track record to be that you ignored the voice of the people? If you allow this and vote this in, you are endorsing a circumvention of the voters. Is that the right thing to do at the end of the day? As an attorney, a woman, and an Air Force veteran, I take my right to vote very seriously. Ask yourself, if you believe in democracy and the will of the people, is the way that you're going about this the right thing to do? Never mind the band of realtors and those with the look of desperation in their faces here tonight. If you took this to the ballots, their vote would be counted too as well. And that's doing the right thing. And I would just like to say that thanks to Erin Cochran, she highlighted that this has been on your target list for 4 years. Then why didn't this get on the General Plan 2030? You've had 8 years since the referendum. Why didn't you get it on the general plan? What is staff so afraid of? Now, can you make this change through an amendment? Yes, you can. The statutes allow that. Should you? No, not this issue. This is so divided and so contentious. This should not be decided by 7 of you. Let the people decide. Let it go to a vote. How do you do that? There's nothing in the statutes that prevent you from going back to the polls and readopting a general plan with this in it. Let the people speak. Make your staff do what they should have done for the last 8 years. Thank you.
We have Steve Smith, then Eve Garland, Doug Dickmeyer, and Brian Zack.
Mayor Anderson, Council, my name is Ted Stenson. As of today, I am a 6-year resident of the city of Kingman. I wasn't going to speak tonight, I was going to attend, but when I opened up the paper and saw this article, I become very upset. You took the words out of my mouth. Who wants a $45 million debt? I haven't heard anyone speak that can substantiate those numbers. Again, maybe they're true, maybe they're not, but let's substantiate them if you're going to make that claim. Semi on residential streets. Well, guess what? I went down and did my own little survey today on Stockton Hill Boulevard from 1 to 3 p.m. 32 semis went down Stockton Hill Boulevard. Where were they going? They were going to the business throughout our community. How do businesses get commerce? Through trucks. And I understand how these people on these 4 streets are concerned, but I have enough faith and belief in the council that this project will be well thought out and well planned, and those considerations for those streets will be taken into consideration. Here are the facts. State of Arizona unemployment 6.5%, Bullhead City 7%, Mohave County 8.6%, City of Kingman 10.2%. Why do I say that? We need jobs. The primary income for the City of Kingman, as I understand it, is sales tax. What brings in sales tax is business. We need more business, well planned out business. The bottom line is Kingman needs growth, good, sound, well thought out growth. I'm in favor of 4949, and if you have listened to the applause tonight, and I applaud the audience for being here tonight, that I think through the applause you can see how this City of Kingman residents are leaning on this measure. Thank you.
Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Wimpy, council members. My name is Steve Smith. I'm a resident of Kingman. I live in the Rancho Santa Fe area, and I believe my dad drove the family through town about 50 years ago. I spent a lot of time going over all these issues. You've heard just about everything that I tried to absorb in the process. I could spend a lot of time going over it again. I think I distilled it down to a fairly significant point. This issue is only about making a small piece of land next to a freeway more attractive to a potential developer if the guy decides he wants to be there. That's about it. Everything that comes after that is either up to you as the council to vote or for the people to vote on. So you can get rid of just about everything else and focus on that one point. This is about opening or closing the door to opportunity. Let's open the door. Let's get a small obstacle out of the way, allow this land to be used for its highest and best use. I'd like to thank the council and the city for having the foresight and the wisdom for picking up on this particular item and putting it out here now so that you can determine what to do with the measure. I am for the land use change. Please support it. Thank you.
Greetings, Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Wimpy, and the City Council members. My name is Eve Garland. I live in the City of Kingman, and I care about what happens here. I believe in living in such a way that you optimize opportunities. A decision that gives you more options, more choices, is always the best decision. If this general plan change is not approved, Kingman's future has less options, less possibilities, less opportunities. Progress takes more work. Progress means taking risks. None of us knows what the future holds, but we do know things that cannot happen if we close the door and don't let possibilities and opportunities even be considered. Here are 3 things we know for sure will not happen for a very long time if change is not approved. 1, There will be no large influx of cash into the city coffers from the sale of this land if the general plan is not changed. Sale of the property that is regional commercial will bring a much higher price to the citizens of Kingman, and the proceeds will go into the general fund for better parks, police and fire infrastructure and equipment, better roads, and a myriad of other things that the city needs. 2, if the plan is not changed, children and emergency vehicles will continue to be routed on an inadequate street that takes too much time and burns too much gas to get north and south of I-40. This improvement is not a direct result of this plan change, but it makes the possibility much higher that this traffic pattern problem can be addressed. 3, sales tax and shopping, dining, and entertainment choices will not increase if in the exponential way they might, or as soon as they might, unless the plan is changed. More sales tax means a possibility of higher pay for our police and fire personnel. More shopping, dining, and entertainment choices mean more families will be happy to make Kingman a permanent home. Even if the plan is changed, nothing will happen unless the city of Kingman approves the sale of the land in a vote. Even if the plan is changed, nothing can be built unless the city council approves the zoning for specific things. Even if a plan is changed, nothing will be built unless a developer learns that the property is for sale, believes that there is potential, has the funds to develop it, and is willing to take the risk that such an entitlement entails. If this general plan change is not approved, Kingman has less possibility for better things in the future. There are safeguards in place after this change is made to make the fear-mongering claims of semis on residential streets and a debt fade like monsters under the bed when the lights are turned on. I support the amendment. Please vote yes.
My name is Doug Dickmeyer. Before I start, could I ask for some clarification on the statement made by the mayor in regards to the clerk taking yeas and nays, and at the end of the meeting either have a head count or people stand up, and the comment that one vote counts. Now you're essentially taking a vote of the citizens. This was not published in the paper. This is not published on the agenda. If you were to publish that this would be a vote of the people and you would take it into consideration, you might have 2,500 people here. So I just wish you'd re-evaluate that you just cannot say the yeas and nays. Now, we know realtors and businessmen can jam up more people. That's understood. That's their right. But you can't ask people to stand up and then say the majority were for it. So this is not a vote of the people. This is a city council meeting, and if it doesn't violate open meeting laws, I don't know.
Mr. Dickmeyer, I do appreciate your comments, and I would have liked to seen the 17,000 registered voters we have here.
But I mean, you're taking a vote tonight. Excuse me.
These are the people that did show up, and what you are doing in your discussion now, in any physical stand up or sit down, is giving who's here their impression of which way to go. The council is going to make the decision. The council members may or may not consider any of the numbers. The council members will make their own independent choices.
Thank you for considering it. My name is Doug Dickmeyer. I'm a resident of Kingman. I encourage you to vote no on this general plan amendment. A yes vote will repeal the referendum approved by a majority of Kingman voters. The Arizona Constitution, Article 4, Section 1, 6B, in part reads, "The legislature shall not have the power to repeal a referendum measure decided by the majority of votes cast." Number 8, it mentions in part, city or county matters on which such cities and counties shall have been empowered by general law to legislate, exercising said powers within the restrictions of general law. This may apply to the amendment before you tonight. The City Council is the legislative body that governs the city. If this amendment is passed, I will forward all the information to the Attorney General's office for review and clarification. If this amendment passes, you will have repealed a referendum passed by the majority of voters. In fact, telling them your vote is more important than theirs. Let me explain how I and other voters feel about this issue. Imagine out of all of the registered voters in Kingman, it would take only a vote of 5 to recall and remove you from office. Does this seem fair or just? If you support this amendment tonight, on your next election cycle, I will not have the support. I know will not have you will not have my support, nor the support of many others. Thank you for your time. I also, it was stated that this major amendment could not be put on the ballot for voters to vote on, but I believe you can put the referendum on the ballot and the citizens can vote whether they want to keep the referendum or get rid of it. They can vote yes or no on their own referendum. So thank you very much for your time. I've got some information that I base my thoughts on.
Mr. Cooper, would you want to address a prior referendum that took place before the general plan update and the precedence of that?
Just briefly, the prior general plan is a different general plan. The resolution that was referred is a different resolution. It had different specifics. It was a different plan, different specifics. This plan is a new plan, and this resolution tonight is a new resolution. It has no bearing on the prior referendum.
Council members, we have Mr. Zach here, and I've had a couple of requests to take a 10-minute break after Mr. Zach. Is there approval or march on or? Okay, how about a 5-minute break after? And then we have about 14 or 15 remaining after Mr. Zach. Okay, Brian?
Evening, Mayor, Council, and City staff. I wish you would have went by alphabetical order because I would have gone last. I stand here in front of you as somebody in the last 30 years. I've lived here, I've worked here, and I've had the ability to serve this community. I've heard a lot of good, and I've heard some questionable statements. I don't know how many times you have to say that it's the law that you guys have to vote on this. We just need to accept that and move on. For the record, I'm in support of this, by the way, sorry. I think I stand here in front of you as a prime example of the future of this community. I volunteer my time to make it better. I strive to have raise my family and support this community and shop local. We preach shop local all the time. I agree downtown is in need of help. Where are the funds to do it? Who's going to donate that money? Where's the money tree at? There is no money tree. Williams does have a good downtown district. They also have an outstanding sales tax rate of almost 11%. Do you want that? No. We got to expand our horizon on revenue for sales. I acknowledge that. If we don't, the infrastructure of the city is in question. I don't want to end up like Truxton. I don't want to end up like Needles. We have I-40, 93, 60, and we have so many avenues to bring people here, to attract them. Let's get them off Stockton Hill. Let's expand. Let's build this community. let's not think of ourselves and the burden that we're going to be faced upon this. Think of the greater good. What's best for mankind? What's best for this community? Voting yes on this is for that. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to recess for a 5-minute break, and Madam Clerk, do you have the time? There's not a clock around, so I'm kind of lost.
7:24.
7:24 now? Let's start again at 7:30. I'll give you an extra minute. Yes, there's two. Thank you, Councilman Carver. Okay, we'll pick back up, and I do appreciate that the audience is staying, and this is by far the largest turnout that we've had since I've been here, and again, thank you for coming and speaking what you have to say. Everyone will have a chance to speak tonight, so if you think now you want to speak and you haven't, you'll have the opportunity. Okay, we'll start with Don Valter, then Scott Brackett, Dwayne Patterson, Amanda Kaufman, and Beth Weiser. You go ahead and state your name, and we'll catch up with the others as they get in. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Anderson and council members. I'm Amanda Kaufman. I am not a resident of the city of Kingman. I own Brown Drilling on Bank Street. I am in support of the Kingman Crossing efforts. One of the big things that would benefit me as I come into town every day, I come into the city of Kingman, is just alleviating the traffic. And people have talked about Stockton Hill tonight, but I'm talking about just Andy Devine. If we had Kingman Crossing, we'd have a whole set of people that would be taking a different route and not having to interfere with the big heavy truck traffic going to Flying J and to the truck wash. Kingman Crossing would also give us an opportunity to transfer or transition the commercial businesses that are currently on Stockton Hill Road and downtown and scattered throughout Kingman into a new area that they can develop, or even bring in a different type of business that Kingman hasn't been able to bring in due to lack of space or facilities. Having the progressive mindset that's been mentioned earlier today would allow our community to be forward-thinking, which now is the time to do that. We're just talking about a general plan amendment. I can't vote for you guys, but people did vote for each of you, and you were voted in to represent them. And tonight, or this month out of the year, it gives the council an opportunity to make changes to the general plan. And at this time, that's, I think, hopefully you guys take action and make those changes. And hopefully we go all the way to the commercial standpoint, which would be a great benefit or a great asset to the city of Kingman and the surrounding areas to allow further growth in the future. And that's all I have. I am in support of this. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Scott Brackett. I'd like to say I'm against it only because of economics. We have no economics on this. We're quoted as a $45 million. That's probably pretty close to what it'll take. We haven't seen any of the roads, and that is true. The whole key of putting an interchange in is it's for traffic. The key of everything on this, it isn't the land. The land begets when you have the traffic, and we're trying to move traffic. You have to go to Wallapai Mountain Road. It's 130 feet wide to major arterial. You don't have the room. You're going to have to eminent domain something to make it work right. If you want to half allocate, I mean, all you have to do is look at when the council voted in Walmart and put the entrance to Walmart where it is right now. I mean, planning is what it takes. We have no specifics on money, how much it'll cost. You have to bond the issue. We're the bond hold. We're the people holding the bag, essentially. That's my gripe. When you look at the BIS for retail, it's $16,000 to $26,000 a year. They have no disposable income. To have the shopping, you have to have disposable income. To have disposable income, you have to have an income high enough where you have excess. I don't know if this is going to stop any Amazon Prime shoppers or not, but the economics right now don't add up. That's it. I'm against.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Start out with a quote from one of my favorite poets, John Leidig, from about 1390. And this, I don't envy your guys' position at all. He said, you can please some of the people all the time, you can please all the people some of the time, but you can never please all the people all the time. And that's a position that you guys will be in tonight. The whole idea behind this amendment is to allow the city to rezone the land for the future. The plan is not for the city or taxpayers to pay for the interchange, but the developer's land that will directly benefit from the interchange. KRMC, Vanderbilt, whomever may purchase this additional land. There's people out here that say there's nobody interested. Tonight, first of all, my name is Dwayne Patterson. I am a realtor. Tonight, while I was out there eating pizza, I talked to a developer that is very interested in this parcel and wanted to make sure that I was at this meeting tonight. In my previous career, I was in the insurance industry for 21 years. I know how important it is for the homeowners to have adequate access from police and fire. I've talked to a couple of people over in off the airway area that their insurance rates have gone up because it takes longer for the fire department to get to their property. By having the interchange, this will improve that. In my 13 years as a real estate broker here in Kingman, I'm asked all the time, is there a lot of commercial interest in Kingman? There is a lot of commercial interest. One of the big things I come across, and I hear time and time again, Kingman is hard to deal with. It don't need to be that way. You know, I think we've come a long ways. Do we need more shopping? I've had 4 calls so far this year, retailers, major national retailers, wanting 7,000 to 12,000 square feet for retail in a Class A or B building. We don't have it available. 60 cents roughly of every dollar spent on shopping goes out of the county. That proves that we can support additional shopping here. And then I question how many people stop at the Barstow malls. I know I can't take my wife down that interstate that we don't stop at the Barstow malls. And she goes to the Coach store. Ouch. You know, we need that kind of thing here. Bring the tax dollars here. Before we start blaming the city for non-transparency, everyone needs to study up on the laws, as he's brought up. There's a lot of things the city has to do as a council that can't be put up for a vote. I'll just state that I am in favor of it, and I hope that you guys see it the same way. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Beth Weiser. Thank you, Mayor Anderson and council members, to let me speak. I am a resident of the county. I do work in Kingman. I moved here in 2002, just outside of the border. I paid city water. I pay sales tax because I shop and live in this town more often than I'm outside of this town. My bed is in the county, but I work here. One of the things that I wish I could do is vote on this. As a realtor, I understand proper planning, and I commend you for taking this on. This is proper planning. Having land set aside so that you can expand the city is a part of good pre-planning growth that was happening in Kingman years ago. It's time now to take that next step. You own this land, it is time to use it appropriately. Having it sit there is just making sure the coyotes have a place to live in town. Everything that the city does affects those who live outside of town. When the people from the north come in to shop, they're coming in on Stockton Hill Road, and you know that that road has been getting more and more congested. I come over Coyote Pass. Downtown, it's getting more and more congested. We need more avenues, more areas to get on and off the freeways, more areas to be able to move through town. This is a first step, and it is the right step. This amendment will make a difference. I taught at White Cliffs Middle School for 7 years. I can't give you all the details, but I remember one day we had a student who had a snack in class. Teacher's teaching, students are writing notes. The student who had their snack put their head down on their desk. People noticed there might have been a problem. All of a sudden we go, wait a minute, this kid's passed out. There's a problem. They called emergency services. It could have been too late. He had an allergic reaction. We need this underpass to happen for those students at White Cliffs and at Desert Willow. I am in support of this, even though my vote doesn't count. Thank you.
Don Valter, Sean Walsh, Harley Pettit, Doug Engel,
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Appreciate this opportunity to voice my opinion on the amendment change. That I am in favor of it. People argue that we voted for this plan and now we're going to change it, but I mean, I don't know about you, but I've never had a plan go exactly 100% the way I wanted it to go. I mean, plans are there as a kind of a guide, and they're there to be improved, and this is an improvement. I was born and raised here in Kingman, and I am now at school trying to better myself so that I can come back and give back to my hometown, to be able to improve it. And I try to, whenever I am in town, to participate in things like this. And there's just so many pluses that it just makes sense to approve it. Economically, obviously, as it's been said over and over by those that do support, our city's run on city sales tax. So for the city to run effectively and more efficiently, we need to broaden the base. Safety concerns, to reach that part of the community in a better manner, why not have more options for transportation, for emergency services, not only just for us to get around the town better, but to better protect the city. The local government, as you know, is there for the community as a whole, not for the individual. And if we could look past ourselves and look what's good for the community, I think that approving this amendment is the way to go. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, my name is Harley Pettit, resident of Kingman. I'm not for or against, and this isn't really a vote, this is more of a poll. A vote is taken at a precinct behind a closed curtain. Like I say, I'm not really for or against this. Process is more important to me. But I do urge you that you don't pass this amendment, and it should be revisited and put on the ballot with this recommendation back to the people. The council, the P&Z Commission, and the public are split on this issue, and it deserves to go to a public vote. I submit the democratic process and have this put on the ballot just so. It's about our vote, and it's not about winning. And I do challenge Attorney Cooper, City Attorney Cooper. This can be revisited, and we can vote on it. We can control our destiny. To say that we can't vote on it is, I interpret it as misleading. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council,
residents of Kingman and of the county. My name is Arlene Potash. I am a resident within the city. Because of Kingman's strategic location, those who understand know that Kingman is destined to become a pivotal hub of growth, development, and prosperous opportunities. I understand now why there has been pessimism about these projects, and I'm here to say now that everyone needs to make a paradigm shift. God must be smiling upon Kingman because we have the caliber of mayor that Kingman has undoubtedly not experienced before, who can lead us through this growth with its sometimes accompanying growing pains. So for those who are not familiar yet, do not underestimate the experience, the business acumen, and the capability of our sitting mayor. Do you realizing that managing, I thought it was a $20 million project, $20 or $45 million project, is chump change to manage for our mayor? He has the experience in managing billions of dollars for the federal government at the Pentagon as a senior financial analyst. $7 billion, $10 billion, and $15 billion. One should not expect a certain performance and outcome from prior leaders that can't manage or vision a $20 million project. And understand that Mayor Anderson stepped into office just this past December 9th, a mere 6 months ago, with these projects spinning and going nowhere for years. So a lot of the vitriol and slings and arrows directed to our mayor is misplaced. So now we have someone that is extremely capable of managing $20, $40 million project. So for those who need to whine and regurgitate the incompetencies of the past, get over yourselves. Come to present time. I commend you, courage, Mayor, and fortitude for stepping into a position that it was not left for you in a focused and orderly manner. In the words of Winston Churchill, a pessimist sees the difficulty in every opportunity. An optimist sees the opportunity in every difficulty. And from the author Anais Nin, and the day came when the risk to remain tight in a bud was more painful than the risk it took to blossom. We are in competent hands, and together we can do this. And if I haven't said it already, I am for this amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Doug Engel. I have a company called Engel Homes. One time I was the chief financial officer for the hospital, for Kingman Regional Hospital. One time I was on the board, and I currently serve on the planning committee. But, you know, that hospital is kind of landlocked over there. And when the agreement was made for Kingman Regional to buy that hospital, the whole intent was that there would be an exit there at the freeway. I mean, if they open up that hospital someday, can you imagine the access for ambulances and that type of thing without having access there? But that was the plan. Visiting with Brian Turney, who I worked with previously there for 7 years at the hospital, he said their average compensation at the hospital is about $50,000 a year. And if they were to open up that hospital down the road, you're talking maybe 1,000 jobs. At $50,000 each, that's $50 million annually added to the economy of Kingman. And those 1,000 people, if they would need houses. I build houses, right? So if there were 1,000 houses, I've built maybe about 800 here in Kingman, and probably built about 80 this year. But that 1,000 houses would generate 3,000 jobs, because each house you build generates 3 jobs from all the trades and people that are working on there. It generated about $10 million in sales taxes in the community. This is besides the retail opportunity. The permit fees would be about $4 million. The sewer fees to hook up to the sewer would be about $3 million. You know, we have to pay for that new sewer system and that bond. The water meters would be about $2.5 million. So all these monies would flow back to the city and help to reduce the cost to the city and help with the fire and the schools and the property taxes related to these things. you know, about 3 or 4 years ago, Vestar, that owns that land on the North Star, came to see us and was just filling us out as far as we were for their eventually developing that. And they said a lot of the revenue that comes into those shopping centers that are based on the freeway are not from Kingman. It's going to be the people that are passing through town and stop, just like over in Barstow was mentioned here recently. A lot of the traffic that's going to come in there, if there's movie theaters or restaurants or stores, are going to come from out of town, and we're going to capture that sales tax, which would help alleviate the financial burden on the city. And I'm for it. Thank you.
Marianne Van Hasselt, Bob Herron, William Shade, Chuck Watkins,
Mayor and City Council and all members of the audience, I do appreciate the opportunity to speak here tonight. Let me get the glasses off so I can see. I approve this general plan amendment and look to your decision tonight because it brings jobs and city income through sales tax revenue and prepares Kingman for future growth. I appreciate all who turned out tonight to make their views heard because this meeting tonight is the legitimate way for the voting public to have a say in the process. For those who don't want to pay for increased services of fire and police and roads, that is the point of this amendment. Coyotes and bunnies on open land don't pay sales tax. Residents and tourists do. And even if it is a minimum wage job, there is always a manager watching that minimum wage person as that minimum wage person takes dollars in for businesses transacted. And that is sales tax dollars that fund all the services we desire, but don't necessarily want to come out of our pocket. So grab the future, grab this window of opportunity, and make the decision tonight. I am in favor.
Mr. Mayor, Council, good evening. My name is Bob Herron. I live in Rancho Santa Fe, right where this proposed industrial parks that you guys all talk about and all the people that want to follow the money trail. I ask you this, what about the people that already live there? I left California after living next to one of those things that had been flipped on a zoning restructure. Couldn't give the houses away, you couldn't sleep at night. There was crime, congestion, Jake breaks, and on it goes. I'm opposed to the way you're doing this, too. You're taking the vote of the citizens of Kingman, who, by the way, own that land, not this council. You guys don't own that. The city does, and the citizens own it. And they voted on what they wanted to do. And you're going to cut their throats by a simple amendment? I don't think it's right. I have respect for all of you and the challenges ahead of you. And I'm not, again, not for development in improving our city and our health and the schools and everything. I've heard all of these fairy tales that chase off into what ifs. Right now, you guys got to take a look at the hard facts about the money in this thing and what you're going to do to the people that have to live right next to it. I, for one, will not. I'm against this. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Bill Shade. I'm a member of the Northwest Arizona Builders Association, a local association in town. I'm a 47-year resident of Kingman. Definitely the association is in favor of you passing this amendment. I do not think it voids my vote on the general plan, so I would disagree with anybody else that would say it voids my vote. So you should pass this amendment It is good for Kingman in the long run. The 47 years I've been here, I've seen growth. It's been reasonable growth, and that's what the trend should be in the future, too. Personally, Bill Shade, yes, I'm also in favor of having you vote for this amendment. I would expect all 7 of you to vote yes on this. And thank you much.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name's Chuck Watkins. I've lived in Kingman 47 years. I was born here. There's not too many people in this community that love this town as much as I do. I wasn't planning on speaking or expressing anything here tonight. I've expressed my thoughts on this at the Economic Development Commission. But what I would like to say is, and some of this I'll repeat what other people have said, but not everybody remembers the history of I-40. Not when it was built, but before it came in. And how I-40 was going to bypass Kingman. And it would have turned this town into another Seligman. And if we don't act, then I-11 is going to bypass this town and potentially cripple the economy. That being said, some of the other things that I've heard very little of, I hear a lot about the things people don't like, but one of my primary concerns is the safety issues that are currently in this area that are not being addressed, that could be addressed by the Kingman Crossing. It's not just about how quick an ambulance or a fire truck or a police car can get to the call for help. It's also about how quick another officer can get to that police officer that needs backup, or how quick another fire truck can get to the structure fire that needs backup when you got firefighters going into a working structure fire. It's about backing up your emergency services. People that are in need of these emergency services expect rapid response, whether it's fire, whether it's ambulance, or whether it's police. The only way we're going to get it in that area is by getting this Kingman Crossing in. So I haven't heard anybody say a whole lot about why it's bad. It's mainly they're upset because they are not being allowed to vote on this. We were allowed to vote on this when we voted you guys into office, because the things that we cannot specifically vote on, we elected you to represent us on. I have confidence in the people that I voted for that you're going to do what is right for this community, which is doing what's right for me. So tonight, I'm going to stand here and tell you that I'm in favor of this. And I'm trusting you guys to do what you feel is in the best interest of this community. And that's all I'll say on that tonight.
I have Dennis Lubert and Bob Bass. And then anybody, if you haven't spoken and would like to speak, please get in line back of Bob.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak. As the Mayor stated, my name is Dennis Lubert. I moved to Kingman area, the county, 2 years ago. I'm employed in the funeral industry, but I spent 42 years in the insurance industry. 19 years ago, my wife and I purchased property here in Kingman with the plan to move here someday. That finally came about, but from a distance, we watched Kingman over those 19 years, and we were disappointed in the development we saw. We didn't really see things developing here that we were looking for. I mentioned I have a little experience with 42 years in the insurance industry. Those 19 years brought 5 relocations to my wife and I. 5 different times I asked my wife to pick up her life and move with me. And every time she and I agreed that we wanted to know what kind of shopping and restaurants and other amenities would be available to us in our new community. Every time. This community, Kingman, has potential. We have interstate highway potential. we have medical potential. And if we want to expand those opportunities, we must develop retail, we must develop roads. Many of you probably have seen the movie Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. Well, I believe that. Now, we all want new industry and high-paying jobs, every one of us. Those new employees for jobs like that, those families, those new school-aged children will want and need retail. They will want and need highways and medical. Every time, that's what families will want and need if they're going to consider Kingman as their home. Every time, that's what industry will want before those high-paid jobs are brought here. Earlier, someone said a paradigm shift. You bet. That's what we need, a paradigm shift. The past should be remembered for what it is, the past. Life has changed. Kingman must embrace that change. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Wimpy, and honorable members of the council. My name is Bob Bass. I am a local business owner. I'm president-elect of the Kingman Golden Valley Association of Realtors, and our honorable President Karen Lopez could not stay to speak this evening. We, as an association, recommend to the council that you approve this amendment. Realtors across this nation are the champions and have been since 1910 at the formation of the National Association of Realtors for property rights and land use initiatives that defend and support the growth and reasonable growth of communities. In our community, I don't think you want to pass a property tax. We as an association, we as realtors, we don't like property tax. I don't think anybody in this room wants to pay more property tax, including yourself. So how do we generate funds? We are a sales tax-based revenue government. We need more sales tax. Kingman Crossing has the potential of bringing more sales tax. Kingman Crossing also has the potential to bring more businesses. We have, as was mentioned by Dwayne Patterson from RE/MAX, the businesses coming in every single year looking for a place to establish and bring their employees. They walk away from Kingman because we do not have the structure that they need to offer their employees or to support their business. I've had 4 major companies this year alone come to Kingman and say, we love the opportunity with the interstate. We love the low cost of housing. We love the general tax base, but you don't have what we need to support our business. And I've asked, what is that? And they've said, we need this shopping that supports our families that come in. And with that shopping, additional opportunities that come with that for their family members, for their kids to have jobs and to stay in the community. You're lacking that. So I support this amendment. Based off that, our association supports that amendment. As president of WARDEX, Western Arizona Regional Data Exchange, we also, as a large group of realtors from Havasu, Bullhead, and La Paz County, support this amendment because it helps our region as a whole. It will help with I-11 coming to our corridor, and if we don't have Kingman Crossing, I-11 may go elsewhere. As Bob Bass, independent resident, I support it because I don't want my wife to go to Vegas every time we have to go shopping. I encourage you to vote in favor of this amendment because it's your community and ours, and it will help us grow responsibly. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, City Council people, my name is Don D'Angina, and I'm a 9-year resident of Kingman. We came to Kingman because we saw the opportunities here. We saw that this was a good place to live. We saw this was a good place to educate our children. We saw all these things that are potentially that we could do. This crossing's been going on for a long time, but we now have the opportunity, you have the opportunity, to make that first step and make it happen. I implore you to vote for this Kingman Crossing as I fully support it.
Good evening. My name is Donna Peterson. I've been a resident of Kingman for about a little over 40 years, and I am neither for nor against this Kingman Crossing. The first thing I would say is that I read in the minor that on the agenda for the Board of Supervisors this week was a discussion to support funds for an interchange at Rancho Santa Fe, which I believe is right next to the Kingman Crossing interchange. And I think from reading this, I haven't seen anything else on it in the paper, I think the city and county should be talking to each other. If two interchanges are proposed for I-40 right next to each other, there would only be one necessary. Why are we talking about one here and the county is talking about another one? I think you need to be talking to each other. But even before that is I-11. How can we not go forward on assuring that I-11 will come through Kingman? If I-11 bypasses Kingman, we will also lose traffic on I-40. We may not need either interchange if that happens. There are a lot of consequences. So I would ask you to first pursue I-11. Talk to the county about these interchanges. Work together. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Anderson, council members. My name is Joe Longoria. I am the chairman of the Mohave County Democratic Party and a resident of Kingman. I rise today to oppose passing of this amendment, not because I'm against progress, because we do need to make progress for Kingman to expand our base, but I think we do have a lot of undeveloped land other than the Kingman Crossing area. If you were to go ahead and pass this amendment and sell the land, and then they decide to put the interchange at the Rattlesnake Wash, which actually has a better direct route to the airport, which would help increase our manufacturing base, then what will happen if we sell the land and then we don't have land for perhaps maybe a firehouse in that area? I think that a lot of the concern of people saying that you have not listened to their vote and they're losing their vote, maybe because this was approved, this area, not for Kingman Crossing, but for a park and open area. I would like to see maybe put off this amendment in favor of perhaps looking into ideas on how we can develop this land for the city of Kingman, the residents. Perhaps a world-class BMX park, perhaps a water park, other things that the children and the youth of Kingman can utilize the land that was voted as park and open space. I've heard that build it, they will come. I'll point to the mall in Mohave City and the mall in Lake Havasu City. They still are waiting for the people to come. So I think that if we just hold off on this, it has only been approved in 2014, and here we are already in the 5th month in 2015, already willing to make the change. I would encourage you to do some research on how we can develop this land to create income through park usage and things of that nature. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sandra Wood. Me and my parents have been living in King for almost 11 years now. Kingman reminds me an awful lot of my hometown, Elgin, Illinois. When I was a kid, Elgin, Illinois was a very bustling town, and yet by the time my parents and I moved out of Elgin, Illinois, it became a place we'd rather leave. Now, Kingman, when we came here, say almost 11 years ago, Kingman is loaded with a lot of potential. And please, I'm in favor of the Kingman Crossing, and anything to make Kingman a place I'd like to come back to in the end of the day, not a place I want to leave. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council that we did vote in. We did vote for you guys. Don't be intimidated by these people that are whoever they claim to be or whatever. A lot of them have some motives of their own that they're not disclosing. I am a realtor. I'm one of those that didn't get rich yet. I was born here in 1947 and I'm still a realtor. I work with Dwayne Patterson at Remax Prestige. Joe Hart has lived here longer than me, maybe about 6 months, maybe 9, I don't know. We was born down here at the hospital. We're leaving it up to you guys. I'm sick of hearing these arguments. I spent $300,000 on a business on Stockton Hill Road, bought the Gold Doctor building about 10 years ago. I'm sick of hearing about these little squatty people that tried to run for city council and were not voted in, that are standing here today telling you guys what to do. Well, I'm telling you, do what the people that voted you in. I'm not worried about the intimidation. I've been here 67 years, and I'm not scared of any of these little groups. Thank you.
Sir, could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Larry Berlew, and this is my town. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Anderson and City Council members. I didn't plan to speak, but when I heard that we did not communicate, I had to correct the record, because just this afternoon I met with the city officials. Several days ago I was meeting with city officials. We communicate, and we communicate really well. So like Larry, we used to play together on the same street, so it's my town too, Larry. I've been here for a number of years. I was educated here. I've raised my children here. I think I have the right to say I want Kingman to grow. I remember when we first got McDonald's. That was such an exciting time. For so many years, we only had a Jack in the Box, and then we got a Kmart and a Walmart, and oh my gosh, this town has been exciting, and I want to see it get more exciting. I do want it to grow, and I want these interchanges approved to go along with Interstate 11, and I think you will see Kingman is blossoming, and it's going to grow faster than it's ever grown before. And believe me, we better be ready, because this town is ripe for development. So I voted for you people. I expect you to make decisions based on my vote, and I trust you. So go forward, and thank you to everybody that came tonight.
Is there anyone out there who's felt left out and would like to talk to us? If not, if you have a tally for us to consider.
Mayor, based on those who spoke tonight, there were 32 who spoke in favor of this, 13 who spoke against. And I'm sorry, there were 2 who were neutral.
Pardon?
2 who were neutral.
Now, as I indicated earlier, I would like each of the council members to reiterate back what they heard and what their take of it was. And I think 3 minutes for each of us is also a good time, and we can get red flagged.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. Did you want to close the public hearing?
I was not going to close the public hearing because I was going to ask them to stand, so they'd still be involved in the hearing.
Do that before our comments. You should do that before our comments.
Council member Young said we should do that before the comments. And I think she may not have heard my intent was to give back to you what we heard. Not necessarily what we think, but what we heard, and maybe a clarification of that. Because I want to leave it in where you're coming from and that we understand what you've said. And I don't know if anyone would like to go first. I'd be glad to do that if no one else is jumping up. Okay, Councilman Abrams?
I've had the luxury of actually sitting in on the planning and zoning public hearings as well, so it's very interesting, and I appreciate everybody coming out to voice their opinion. It's important. What I'm looking at and what I think people want to see is growth and development in Kingman. And for us to grow this town, I'll take it from another person said something about three avenues, but I see it as a three-legged stool. You need the retail, you need living wage jobs, and you need residents. Well, the retail won't come in because you don't have enough residents. The residents aren't here because you don't have the living wage jobs. And the manufacturers' living wage jobs don't come in because there's no residents. So we need to start growing this town a little bit at a time in each piece of that leg. It's important that we make a step. I think it was very clear when the college or the Brian Turney said that it's hard to bring in qualified personnel because of the amenities that aren't available here. And I know that that's the same for the college and for many businesses. I think it's imperative that we continue down the path to grow this town, to broaden our tax base. I do believe that this community needs to grow in a smart and balanced approach. This is not about a crossing going over the interstate. This is about a general plan amendment for 150 some acres.
I would love to be able to put it back to our citizens. This wasn't in the November ballot, so we cannot say whether or not, if it was in there, it would have passed or failed. Nobody knows that. We can't put it back to you. I'd like to know where that came from, but I'm not at the state legislation or a lawyer. When people ask me about all the businesses on Stockton Hill Road and how bad it is, I just ask them, if you were a business, where would you like to be? Where the traffic is. US 93 dumps a lot of traffic onto I-40. We've heard from Joe Hart and Representative Cobb. I-11 is not a sure thing. That is true. But if we don't have anything to offer them, we're just putting our foot in the grave. We got to be ready for it. I like the idea the gentleman said, We need more property tax. City of Kingman does not have a property tax. However, our schools depend upon the property tax collected by the county. I have a lot of friends that are teachers and can't believe how little they make, but yet they're dedicated to the kids of our town. I'd like to see them get compensated. We do live on our sales tax, and that is all we get except for the state shared revenue. If we cannot generate more sales tax, we will have to start cutting services. We are down 40 employees. We are not down 40 employees worth of work. When we start talking about adding another park, that would be great. But that costs us money that currently we do not have. We can't cut anymore. I've listened to everybody here tonight talk about their ideas of it, and I'm just trying to get a handle on either the land use designation that you're opposing or Kingman Crossing. Because if I understand it, and I might need to be corrected, we, the citizens, approved Kingman Crossing. It's just that the land use is not there. So if we have the money to build the interchange, the rest is secondary. What are we going to do with it? So we can either front the bill, or we can try to get some more businesses to generate sales tax, to generate more people moving into this town, to generate property tax, and see this town grow.
Before tonight, I've spoke to a lot of people spoke to me, and there was a lot of misunderstanding of what was really going on. Tonight, I was very happy to hear that most of the people that spoke really do know what's on the table tonight. So I'm glad the people did their homework. From what I gather from it, most people understand that it's just a land amendment, and the Kingman Crossing is something in the future. This is just one step towards getting to that point. And I do appreciate for everybody coming tonight, and then I also appreciate everybody that took the time to really study to know what was really about. I know some people probably learned more tonight about it than when they came here, and I appreciate all of you for coming. Thank you.
I'll go. Well, I have to tell you that the project itself, I agree. I heard that we need I-40 access. We do need I-40 access. We need increased sales tax. We do need increased sales tax. It's how we get our revenues to provide the services that we do for the community. I heard growth. Yes, we do need growth. I was a proponent for the Economic Development Commission. I was a big push in getting it annexed out in that area so that we can get commercial in there. This amendment is not going to bring any of that any faster, because we still have to get the approval from the residents to sell it. The land has to be available for the developers to buy it. Approving this, to me, is not going to do the magic thing that we think it's going to do. But it will help us decide how to move forward with a strategic plan. Denying this tonight is not going to kill the project. We all believe in the project. It will only make us develop a strategic plan on how we're going to get the voters to approve the sale of the land and how we're going to get the money to pay for the infrastructure that goes out there so the developers can build. We need sewer out there, we need water out there, we need roads out there, and we need the time to get that funding. That's That's all I have to say.
We were asked to comment on what we heard. And I did hear a lot. I heard a lot of questions that have not been answered. I heard a lot of concerns about things that may be exaggerated concerns, but who would know, because there are questions that haven't been answered. And those questions include things like the street infrastructure, the cost of doing this. I heard we need a paradigm shift. I think you're right. I think this city needs a shift to much better planning. I've only been here 22 years, and that is not lifelong. But I moved here because I loved this city. When I passed through it on a trip, I looked for a job here. I got it. The old Walmart was just being built. The city has grown, and I am proud to say that I've worked with many of you in many capacities to help grow this city. My heart is here. To me, this is not an issue of just selling the land or amending this so that we can sell land. This is an issue that concerns vision, budget priorities, and quite frankly, I think it is an issue that it does address the integrity of our governing processes. With respect to vision, I do think it came forth with no new information. How do you sell that? Someone spoke to that. How would you ever sell that if you were coming to council to get us to do, or if we were coming to you to say, here's what we want to do and spend a heck of a lot of money, but we don't have anything to show you? We needed that planning. We still do. Budget, later tonight we'll be speaking on budget, so I won't address it much here, but there are a lot of issues concerning budget and funding that need to be brought out on the table and at least planned. When I came here 22 years ago, I was the director of the Small Business Development Center, and I'd say, I have a great plan for a business. I'd say, where's your plan? There is no plan. There is no budget. I would like to extend just a moment to address the governance process. I believe in fair process, due process, legal process, and the general plan for 2030 was given that. It is a fact, and this is not step one. This issue came up many, many years ago, and it's been going up and down, as someone pointed out. But the reality is, we do have the right, as a council, to amend this plan, and then the public has a right to issue a referendum, just like they did the last time. But I believe that the many people, many minds, usually make better decisions than a few. So I embrace that process. I embrace the voting and election process, and without compelling planning evidence to the contrary, it's very hard for me to change the position of the voters.
Stuart?
I want to thank everyone who came, spoke this evening. I appreciate everyone's opinion, everyone's time, their input. It's part of the process, and I respect that. I appreciate it. Part of why I sit here this evening is I want to see Kingman improve. I want to see some responsible growth. I don't think there was very responsible growth or any kind of master planning put into Stockton Hill. Stockton Hill is going to be an expensive fix. I think this is part of the process, and this is a step forward. I've listened to all those comments. I respect everyone's opinion, and I'm I will go with my conscience on this this evening, and I hope it's for the betterment of and improvement of the community, and I look forward to seeing continued improvement and better things happen here, continued growth.
You know, I've taken a lot of notes, and there was some very good input for us to do things not necessarily tied to the question tonight. But I'll mention them because it gets back to the residents voting for a general plan and voting for council members to make decisions for them. You got differing times. The ultimate goal is to get what's best for the residents of Kingman. A regular town hall process, I think we ought to try to go back to that. We were doing it every third month. The underground, that's a fantastic idea, and it's something that maybe we ought to look at. I'm going to talk manufacturing and industry in the vein in which it was brought up. We're voting on tonight as a council the first step of a long process which must have strategic planning involved in it, and that's just the reclassification of the use of the land. As been mentioned several times, there are two interchanges that have been approved. They are both needed. They are both distinctly different. Kingman Crossing is looking at retail. It's looking at building our medical capabilities, bringing professionals in, saving our lives. Police and fire, not just for the initial contact, but the follow-up. And we get out to Rattlesnake Wash. That is one of the linchpins when I-11 comes up to tie to the airport where the manufacturing and industry is. It's not in the city to any degree. So the comments about it being in the city, it's not here. But we need the capability of getting out there, and Rattlesnake Wash is there. The issue, if we are looking at how can we progress and where do we need the money to do it, we have Kingman Crossing with a developer for commercial on the north side that cannot begin until the interchange starts. We have a hospital which is hand-struck without a second emergency capability. We have people in Rattlesnake Wash that have to go all up by Mountain Road to shop. Those I see are the critical issues. My 3 minutes are up. So with that, I would just like your participation one more time to let us see as a body, because I know several of you did not vote, and by now you may have a leaning one way or another. So I would start, since the initial rough estimate count showed those in favor, I would ask those that are in favor of the amendment, if you could please take a minute to stand and look us in the eye, and we will look you in the eye to make a decision on what you want, that you took the time to come out here to tell us and to show us. Okay, thank you. If you'd please be seated. Those who are not in favor of pursuing this amendment, this is your opportunity to get up and to look us in the eye. And we look you in the eye. Okay, thank you very much.
How many are city residents?
Thank you. The public hearing is now closed, and we're going to enter into discussion to lead to some kind of action. And I would open the floor to whoever would like to start the process.
Mayor, I'll just go ahead and make a motion to accept the proposal to change the land designation from parks and open space to a regional commercial.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second, but I would like to open for discussion. And I would like, if I may, I did attend the Arizona Town Hall on Transportation 4 days last week. I was in a panel with the Commodore Chorus, the Commercial Corridor Project, the manager of that. He was on our team. I had the second in command of ADOT on that team. And they did make the comment, as several folks indicated here, we know we're going to have an I-11. We think we know where it's going to go. But if you don't show us in some kind of way that you are ready for this, we still have other options. So in their eyes, it was very important. Now, the issues that they raised were many of the same issues that the previous town hall in 2009 raised. But this town hall was much more aggressive in its response. Frankly, they were sick and tired and ticked off that our legislature sweeps money from HERF, sweeps money from transportation, not just from road transportation, but from public transportation, for other things, even if it's within the same general realm of transportation. But in this last session, there was 31 million swept for an entirely different purpose. So they came up with about 12 pages of recommendations going forward to the governor and identified several actions for offices within the state, the governor's office, the Commerce Authority, and so on down the line. Transportation is an issue, and for Kingman, it is our livelihood of what goes through here. And if we want to even just continue being able to experience the kind of life we have now, we need to be ready to embrace the change, either plus or minus what I-11 does. And I'll reiterate, the comment was, you need to be forward-thinking and give us some indication, because we have options.
Mayor, may I add a few comments during discussion? To build on that, today I talked with Julian Avila from Arizona Department of Transportation, and I think he is in their public relations, but I invited him to come to the Kingman Mohave Manufacturing Association meeting to discuss ADOT plans. In fact, he had contacted the city, I think, and anyway, he is scheduled to come on May 18th, and I would invite those who are interested in that to attend the meeting at the Airport Authority Conference Room at 1 o'clock. He will give a presentation on their plans. He will also be hearing the input of our industrial leaders on their thoughts about transportation development, because there are a number of people in that organization who are working very, very hard to develop the relationships and mechanisms to develop a logistics hub in this area. And in conversations with those people, and I've had them for many years now, I can tell you, this subject comes up, of course, and the question is, well, how does that build our industrial base? How does that contribute any funds that the city and resources limited that we have? Are we making the right strategic decisions on interchanges and which one goes first and these types of things? Those are voices that I don't believe are all here tonight. But I can tell you that those conversations happen. They're very active. There's activity going on all the time to help Kingman become what it can, knowing that our future is in transportation and logistics. And concerns, quite frankly, that these measures that are being addressed tonight, if passed, could dilute efforts to get the resources where we might need them. Saying like it is.
Do I have additional comments, or are you ready to move the question?
Okay, is this right?
And I guess we're going to move to question, and I will ask for a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wimpy.
Yes.
Councilmember Abram.
Yes.
Councilmember Carver.
Yes.
Councilmember Miles.
No.
Councilmember Yocum.
Yes.
Councilmember Young.
No.
That is 5-2. The ayes have it.
I do want to reiterate my thanks that you showed up. We've got more on the agenda. And the comments that were made here tonight, it's a long road ahead, and it'll be years before you might see this happen, and strategic planning is critical. It needs to take place, and we need to tie together what Councilwoman Miles said: transportation, industry, manufacturing, and our commercial. We have to tie it together, and we have to tie the resources to do it, and we have our hands full. Okay, with that, we'll rush right on to the next item, and that's the adoption of the fiscal year 2015-2016 budget. And Finance Director Moline is with us.
Good evening. So the tentative budget as presented includes changes recommended at the budget work sessions that took place in April. Additional modifications made to the tentative budget tonight will be incorporated into the final budget scheduled for adoption in 2 weeks on May 19th. The tentative budget sets a ceiling on appropriations. This essentially means that the final budget adopted on May 19th can meet but not exceed the amounts adopted with this resolution. The tentative budget is within the state expenditure limitation as modified by the home rule option. The package presented to you tonight contains a resolution, the modifications for tentative budget, and the tentative budget state forms. With that, we can go through these items. So the first form is the resolution, which we don't need to review. The second form are the modifications for tentative budget that were recommended, again, during the budget work sessions. There was an increase to revenues of about $68,000, and there was an increase to expenditures, overall funds, of just over $641,000. Of that $641,000, $200,000 relates to the architecture costs for Fire Station 5. A small portion of it relates to some software costs, as well as a change in classification and pay grade change to a couple of positions. The rest of the increases relate to the compensation addressing compression. As we review the state forms, I do want to mention that there are some changes to them this year. The look and feel of them are a little bit different, and there are some changes in the reporting of them, which I will mention and point out as we go along. So Schedule A is basically a summary of all of the revenues and expenditures. It lists the 2016 finance resources available, as well as the budgeted expenditures. It also lists the 2015 adopted budgeting expenditures, the actual estimated expenditures for 15, and then the estimated 2015 ending fund balance, beginning fund balance for 16. One area that I do want to point out on this form is if you look at the far column where it states total funds and the bottom row where it states the 2016 budgeted expenditures, you'll notice that that is just over $152 million. However, in our books, we state that it is $165 million, and that difference is are the interfund transfers. And that's because the state will not allow us to include the interfund transfers in our budgeted expenditures this year. It's just a change in their reporting. So although we have it in our book, we are not allowed to include it in our budgeted expenditures for state form purposes. As you look at the bottom of this schedule, you'll notice the expenditure limitation comparison, and you'll notice in 2000, and this is the home rule option, by the way. This, our budgeted expenditures for 2016, again, are the $152 million. Under the home rule option, they allow us to exclude some of the items to determine what our expenditure limitation would be for this upcoming year. So we are able to exclude $119 million, or not able to, but are required to, remove $119 million from that figure. That leaves us with an expenditure limitation of $32.8 million. And the state's expenditure limitation for the city of Kingman, based on the home rule option, is $41.7 million. So we are under about $9 million, and that's a good thing. As we move on to Schedule C, we do not have a Schedule B because we do not have property taxes. So we will move on to Schedule C, where we've omitted Schedule B, and Schedule C are revenues other than property taxes. So as we look through Schedule C, and it's listed by fund, it lists the 2015 estimated revenues, the estimated actual revenues for 2015, and then our estimated 16 revenues. If you look at page 2, I do want to point out a change in reporting again this year. Under the capital projects, you'll notice from 15 to 16, that increased almost $68 million. And that is because we are changing the way that we are reporting it on the forms. The $68 million that we have set aside for Rattlesnake Wash and Kingman Crossing, we are reporting that in the revenue side instead of on Schedule D under other financing sources. So it's just a change in where we are reporting it. So that accounts for the difference at the very bottom under total of all funds from 15 to 16. The difference is, well, just over $68 million because the budget has increased this year, but that's where that difference is. Schedule D are our interfund transfers. which are just over $12 million. And Schedule E are our expenditures by fund. And again, this is similar to the revenues where it reports the adopted budgeted expenditures for 15, the actual estimated expenses for 15, and then our 16 budgeted expenses. And I would like to point out again that our interfund transfers are not reported in this schedule. So our 2016 budgeted expenditures are just over $12 million less than what they state in the book, so $152 million. Schedule F is very similar to Schedule E as it lists the expenditures. Instead of listing it just by fund, though, it lists it by department as well. It does not give an overall total, it just totals it by the fund and the department. And then lastly, Schedule G are a list of the full-time employees and personnel compensation for fiscal year 16, and that lists them by fund as well. And with that, I can answer any questions or give any further clarification on any of the budget items.
Director Moline, could you please refresh my memory on the 3 contract employees that we have, the city manager, the magistrate, and our attorney? I believe generally when we have a raise for the workforce that we also include that with our contract employees, and I don't know if that's in here.
It is not in there. We did not include the contract employees receiving any sort of increase in compensation.
In the experience, could you tell us in the last, let's say, 5 or 6 years, if we've had a consistent pattern or not on that?
Okay, I apologize. I am incorrect on that. The 3%, Diane? Oh, in case we renew their contract? Sorry, it's included.
We went ahead and budgeted for it, included it, in case they give them that.
Okay, I apologize. The 3% is included for the contract employees in case when they renew their contracts, they do receive some sort of increase.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any additional questions for Director Moline?
I would like to clarify something. It's not when the contracts are renewed, it's whenever council decides they want to give them. Every other employee gets raises in July. The contractual employees are at council's discretion. There is no automatic raises.
Could you please come up where we can hear you? You have a weak voice, and I know it's getting weaker and weaker as you get closer to retirement. You can't go.
Just a further clarification on the magistrate contract. Once you enter into the contract, which is a minimum of 2 years, you cannot adjust the salary for the term of that contract, just so you're aware of that.
It sounds like we have different contracts and different.
Yes, the attorney and the manager are different contracts than the magistrate. The magistrate's is set by Constitution and statute.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no more questions, we can.
So the budget includes for the city manager and the city attorney, right?
And
it's in the budget?
that is correct. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Then I'm
sorry.
Go ahead.
Would you explain, does the budget also include the compression adjustment? And if so, what it is and how much these total?
Sure, we can look at the modifications page. And overall, it's just about, over all of the funds, about $400,000 extra for addressing compression. So let's see, we can look at, if you go to the expenditures on the modifications page,
I lost my page, just a moment. I was on it. But maybe you could just tell me.
sure, of course.
Okay.
So for general fund, let's see if I can calculate this in my head. We have it by department. So let's see, 34, 289, 319, about that's not true, $289,000 for compression in the general fund. And then for HERF, just over 27,000. For transit, 15,000. Water, 23,000. Sanitation, 25,000. Fleet, 10,000. And IT, 11,000. It totals just about $400,000.
That's just compression.
That's just compression.
And the 3% is how much?
3% was already included in the budget as presented at the budget work sessions. Let's see if I've got that number. So 380, would you like an overall figure, or would you like me
Just
to go
the
by?
overall.
Okay, $591,000.
Okay. So altogether, $1 million.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Director Moline? You'll be on instant recall?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Doherty?
I don't have a question for the finance director, but I do need to point out to council, there has been a retirement in the fire department, and the new fire chief and I sat down and talked about a reorganization of the department, and he has proposed, currently there are 2 FTE deputy chiefs. The proposal is that we would reduce that to 1 deputy chief and change the fire marshal inspector to a battalion chief level position. This does not change the budget in any way, but I was told I need to make sure council is aware of that before they start on this budget.
Okay. Are there any other adjustments that you're aware of at this point in time?
Only the ones that were discussed at the budget workshop. Since that time, Joe Dorner is retiring the end of May, and talking with the fire chief, we thought this was a good time to do a reorganization.
Perhaps since this is a no dollar change, simply a structure and a grade change, would the council like to go ahead and recommend that, and we can do that before we get into the other issues in the budget?
My question. I see no issues with it. If it's a zero, it's a net neg effect or net zero effect to the budget, then I'm more than happy to let them manage that department as they see fit.
I see a bunch of north-south, so we'll consider that. Okay. And now we get on to any other issues on the budget, recommendations, changes, and I'll open the floor.
Mayor, you mean from the public or from just the council?
From the council, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll just go on record again as saying that my concern about the $1 million that we are going to incorporate into our budget is, at this point, I think, a lot of money to address salary inequities that exist. And I think the attempt is good, but I don't think there has been a sufficient attempt to address or to create strategies that really will keep us competitive without overspending on certain positions that we're losing. And as I noted before, I really believe that an analysis is needed to tell where we need to put our money, because this money goes on forever, and the economy is sluggish, and we've had a good year. But I have concerns that, we're basing this on a continued good economy just on sales tax, and as we know, with our budget, we're going to have to either extend that half-cent sales tax or come up with some other revenue fund to make this work. So I feel like it's a little extravagant this year. And so I just wanted to maintain that position because I really believe that.
I want to say something. I think, working with this budget, we did what we had to do. I do know that we understand that we do need to look at, for the next budget, the critical compression areas, because we do want to correct the critical ones. So, with that, do you need a motion?
I'd just like to add a comment before a motion, if possible. I do agree that there are areas that we need to critically look at, not just this year, but in following years, and that work groups within the council to look at areas like water and sewer and compression, we ought to start looking at that and set a schedule to do it. We did get involved in looking at priorities and issues on January 21st, and that was just after the newly elected folks came in. It's kind of early on, and we kind of rushed to, here we are in May. So I think if there are critical areas, and as we look at them, we can make recommendations within the council earlier on in terms of vision, in terms of strategic planning, but not in terms of trying to manage those functions. That is the city manager's job, but he does need priorities in our vision.
I'm in agreement with Councilmember Miles that we do need to take a look at what we do, what we pay our people. I do, however, believe that we have some valued employees that have put in a lot of hard work and have stuck through us even though they're not getting paid a marketable wage. I believe the $1 million will be a stretch for us to cover, but I think it is a worthy expenditure to let these employees know that we value them as an employee. And we did put the challenge to the city manager and Director Walker to put that study together at the end of the year. So I'm more than happy to move forward to let these employees know that we do value what they do.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or ready to make a motion?
I think that was well said by Councilmember Abram. We've spent a lot of time on this, and we spent a lot of time in our workshops on the employees, the compression, and the wage. So at this time, I'd like to make a motion to accept the 2015-16 budget as it is.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Passes 6-1. And we have a budget for next year. And I just did what Jen did. I misplaced a page.
We're at the last item.
Okay. Item 6B, discussion and possible action.
A.
6A, and that was the page that I had a note to myself. The contractor has, the requester is asking to remove this item from the agenda tonight.
Okay.
Any issue with that?
No.
I did not see the reason. Mr. Doherty?
I believe the reason was they didn't want to be here all night.
Chickens.
Okay.
So, any issue with striking it from the agenda tonight? He's not here, so, okay. Now we'll go to 6B, discussion and possible action concerning city-funded events to celebrate the 4th of July. And Mr. Doherty, you're going to lead this one?
Certainly, I can get you started. In this budget, there's already, I believe, $35,000 for fireworks. As the council discussed at the last meeting, the fireworks, because of what's happened in our lawsuit that we're still involved in, the council made the decision not to have fireworks, but the council did want this put back on the agenda for further discussion on what we could possibly do on the 4th to celebrate our nation's independence.
Well, I'll go first. I do think we do need to do something. I've had a lot of suggestions come in. The one issue that I find is, where do we have such a large event? Centennial Park would be great, except I understand we have a softball tournament. So is that out of the picture to have like a community picnic and contests and stuff like that?
I don't really know for sure exactly what all's going on that day there on the 4th of July. We do have free swimming in our pools that day for all the kids, and I would say we could do something. That's a big park, so even if there is softball, there's plenty of other space to do things.
I know we've got just a short window of time to plan something, but I think we probably could pull something together, but perhaps we should have a committee or a work group to come up with we have 2 weeks till our next meeting. We come up with some ideas, but I've had several calls on people saying they want a community picnic, an old-fashioned 4th of July picnic with booths and contests and that kind of thing. I had one person tell me that, they'd like to see the kids have a sparkler parade. All kinds of.
Since you've kind of broken the ice, we do have a couple of folks that would like to speak to this item. Maybe they can give us some additional ideas and help us out here. Sean Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Actually, I have an idea that I'm working on privately, but I would love to have the city's input on it or work together or whatnot. But I'm organizing a fundraiser I was trying to raise money for a fireworks show, and I've found a location on private land out at where the Sand Drags is, and they were willing to host it because they said they were set up just right. They have the right proper fencing that could keep people at a safe distance. They have bleachers. They sounded like they're pretty set up just for it. And I've even contacted a pyrotechnic company, Acme Fireworks out of Idaho, that is on board if we can come up with the money. It just barely started as I made sure I got all my ducks in a row before I could start collecting money, but it's an option there if the city is able to work together, or if we can come up with something, I think it'd be a really great thing for the city. If you have any questions, I'm willing to stick around afterwards or now or.
The location of the sand drags, and I would ask our attorney, would that have an impact on city liability at all?
If we're part of it, yes.
Yes.
So then you'd have to look at whatever agreements we'd have. You're asking the lawyer the question, the lawyer's always going to tell you no. But you're going to have the issue of, you got to have the agreements with them. You're going to have risk management assessment, whatever insurance it's going to have to come up with. It's the same liabilities.
Sure.
You're just looking at a different location. And I'm not saying it's not something that can be done, but this is one of those, again, it's kind of a short notice thing. I couldn't tell you if it's something that could be accomplished by then. I don't know.
I just was throwing it out there. I mean, I'm willing to work as hard as I can with it. I just looked at it as something that it was just kind of heartbreaking to see that we wouldn't have it. And I know it was kind of hands were tied with the decision, so I understand. I just was hoping to maybe do something about it. So.
I guess this would be something that a private group could do without our approval?
A private group can do whatever they want.
Okay.
In the county, they can do whatever they want to do.
Would the city be able to donate, not saying the full amount or just any amount to such a thing? I mean, I know it's kind of.
That's when the liability starts coming back.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay.
And I'm not saying no, or I'm not saying it's not something you can do.
Right.
It's just something you have to be aware of.
Which if proper insurance policies through the pyrotechnic company and all that were available, does that cover stuff like that? I mean, I would be willing to discuss it. I'm not saying I need an answer right now.
No. Perhaps it's something, I think Councilwoman Young has recommended maybe a work group, and maybe Mr. Walsh could be part of that. Would you?
I'd be all for it.
Just so we don't get an open meeting law, I do think that 2 or perhaps 3, and invite Mr. Walsh and any other folks that, as you're brainstorming, you might want to tie in.
Mr. Mayor, as soon as you delegate council members to a subcommittee, then it's an open meeting that requires agendas and minutes and such. The staff could do something if you want, and then bring it back to council. John.
So John, would you like to donate Mr. Mearsman and Jackie, Mrs. Walker?
I'd like to donate the city attorney, risk manager, and the parks director to go ahead and work with Mr. Walsh to see what we can come up with.
Awesome. The council have any issue with that?
No.
I'm good here.
And could you give us an update in 2 weeks, or, well, the next council meeting?
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Okay, I see north, south, don't see too many. I only see Carl, and he doesn't count, so.
They'd be delighted.
Oh, he's dressed in pink, so he's all ready for it.
I think it's important to have an update in 2 weeks so that we can identify whether we can move forward or not.
Yeah, that sounds fair. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if we could at that time, Chief Rhodes, I think Deputy Chief Eaton was working on something also. So if you can tell him, he's kind of just got roundabout wrapped into this too, if he could have his report in a couple weeks for us.
He's hiding in the back.
Okay.
He's hiding.
So we have two groups that are reporting to us through one boss. You can't escape it.
Richard.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, one of the things when this was on the agenda that I had thought of, and I agree with Councilmember Young, we have to do something to celebrate our nation's anniversary. One of the things that came to my mind was an old-fashioned block party in the town square. I know we don't have an official square, but, you know, we closed down Beale Street a lot, and I think it'd be great to grab the community out, and if we don't fund fireworks, since there are funds available, maybe we could put on a block party for the community.
Sounds like a good idea. Now you got 3 items to look at. And he's now earned that 3%. Okay, we'll move on to item 7, reports, boards, commissions, committee reports. I've got a few, and I know there was a Tri-City Council meeting, and I believe Vice Mayor, you were our representative on that?
Yes, there was a lot of a discussion of the different, I can't think of it, but the topics were legislature, bills that went through, some that passed, some that didn't, and there was a lot of discussion on that.
State treasurer was there too.
Oh, yeah, the state treasurer was there, spoke. I don't have my sheet, but I'm sorry for that. But I think the biggest part was the legislature, and then there was a company a new phone service company that was pitching to all the cities about emergency phone systems. I think that was about it. Well, the Mohave County, or Mr. Gary Watson spoke, and I think that's all.
Anybody else have any?
I was in attendance of the Clean City Commission. Actually, it was just before our last meeting. I did not report on it at our last meeting. State Bill, 1241, passed a few days before, or was signed by the governor. The Clean City Commission had been considering a plastic bag ban within the city, or recommending to the council that we take that up. That is now a moot issue, but the commission wishes to continue to do what it can and to bring new ideas. And there was a follow-up with businesses on Airway as far as their cleanup, and there was a presentation from Master Gardener on a community garden, 1 acre at Praise Chapel. Group is looking for private donations and support of the city council on that community garden. Discussion on Arbor Day, and the next community cleanup will be 4 days from today, on the 9th, 7:30 to 12 at the fairgrounds. It'll be this coming Saturday. And then John also, City Manager John Daughtry reported on new dumpsters along Topeka. That was basically the extent of that meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I attended the Municipal Utility Commission on Thursday, April 23rd, and part of the discussion was a conversation between the commission, Mr. Henry, and myself about why the council had not voted to approve their recommended sewer, the sewer investment fees and their new definitions. And so Mr. Henry did a very nice job of explaining that, and I gave it my shot. I think we all left friends. And I don't know that they're bringing it back, so. The main discussion, one of the main discussions held was on the expansion of sewer infrastructure to develop the land at Kingman Crossings, also from the airport all the way through to the interstate. Mr. Scheffler wanted to make sure that we had a trunk that was big enough to serve the areas, and so they were assured that there is a study going on that would predict and ensure that we will have adequate large trunk lines. It's pretty good for not knowing what I'm talking about very much, but I think that will be addressed, and other than that, it was just general discussion on what's going on in the city.
I attended the Planning and Zoning Commission last week, which was the final public hearing for them for Resolution 4949. It was basically a shortened version of what we had tonight. So.
Any other reports? I do have one. I attended the Kingman Airport Authority annual meeting. They elected new officers and board members in the 3 committees of finance, airport, and manufacturing or industry. Janet Watson, Richard Hamilton, and I can't remember the third fellow offhand. Oh yes, Dwayne Patterson. The 3 of them were accepted on the committees out at the airport. So that's some involvement out there that we haven't had before. The new president will be Crystal Burge for the next year. And now we're down to 1, and then an executive session. Announcements, and we'll start with Mr. Carver.
I have nothing this evening.
May 16, Saturday, 2 p.m., Lee Williams High School Gym. We're having our Badges of Courage basketball game, and we are selling advance tickets for $3, so you would save $2, and they are being sold at the City Complex.
Is Sheriff Arpaio going to come to that one? No? Okay. Jen?
I have none, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to announce, and I'm sure people have read it in the paper, but Kingman, through the efforts of some of the people in this room, along with a lead with the Chamber of Commerce, has advanced into the quarterfinals in America's Best Community Contest. This is a very exciting, there it is, very exciting contest. I call it, we're in the Elite 50, and now with that, getting into the quarterfinals, this team will be awarded $50,000 to further their development plan for increasing economic development and healthy lifestyle in Kingman. If we can make it past this point, the next step is a $100,000 award, and then the grand prize, once we get to that point, will be $3 million for the community.
Papa John?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have 3 things. If the projector could show it, Kingman and Giganticus heticus is going to be featured in the Route 66 magazine. It's a 3.5-page article. It 70,000 issues are published, and they are distributed in 14 countries. So this is bringing a good spotlight on Kingman, and I appreciate the artist is here if you want to stand up. Thank you. The Small Business Development Center is having a class for small business owners. It starts in June at MCC in Lake Havasu City, and the registration ends on May 26th. If you would call 928-757-0894. They are encouraging small business owners to take this class, and the City of Kingman would like to encourage small business. The Sandbox this month will be meeting at the Garlic Clove instead of the KPD training room at the same time. And then I would encourage everyone to take a look at the corner of 4th and Andy Devine. That lot has been cleaned up dramatically, and I appreciate it being done before the fun run. It was a big shot in the arm for improving the downtown, and hopefully we can continue to do that. Thank you.
I just have two announcements. Last week, we had a visiting delegation from Somerton here. We had their staff and their city council. They spent a day with us and their counterparts. It was part of a 4-day tour, I believe, where they're going around to different cities trying to get new ideas and interchange ideas with us. And I understand Mr. Mearsman was busy the whole day, and I'm not sure whether he was listening or giving advice, but we appreciate the interface because those two rec services guys really got along. I will be participating in the Governor's Conference, Leadership Conference on the 14th down in Phoenix. And that's all I have, and we have one more item on the agenda. That's to go into executive session on our city magistrate recruitment. So I guess I need a motion to go into executive session.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, aye? Aye. Off we go.
I'll send breakfast to you guys.
Okay, we're back in session. I have a motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Good night. Hey, we all agreed on something.